Okay, everybody. So we have one call here. Okay, so I averaged down on that one. I bought a new call. So I got a 637 call. I got a 639 call right now. All free because we just made that money with the Intel play. And we're going to average down on everything else. Average down on that. I just averaged down on everything. All right, everybody. So I brought my average down completely down, all the way down. Let's go ahead and take a picture of all these plays now. Okay, so let's start posting everything one by one. So we averaged down on all SPY plays. Okay, so let's put this here. We bought, let's see. Okay, so this is 35. That's $15. Okay, so we got an update on all spy plays. We already posted all the spy plays, so all we got to do is now enter this. Okay, so boom. Okay, so we got those spy calls, we got those spy calls, and then we got those spy calls. So far, so good. Okay, so again, we averaged out on all spy calls. We have 5 of the 560s, and then we have 2 of the 644s. Reversal point number 6 is what we're currently hitting right now. 633. From the top to bottom, that is now $14. As you can all see, everybody, this is the screen I had on when I wasn't in the chat in the morning, and this is what the Discord used to trade the downside, 637.65 till 633.40. So it's pretty nice. It worked out perfectly. Let me check Intel. We might hop into this play right now. Oh, by the way, there's another stock that we're going to trade here. Cava. Massively oversold. Let me see. Where are we on Intel? So on Intel, we bought the puts up here. Now you're down here. Yeah, I'm about to buy the calls right now on Intel. I'm giving it a second here. I want to see if it's going to crack down a little bit lower. We might just buy it right here. All right, I bought the Intel call here. On August 19th, we told everybody to hop into a 24 strike Intel put for us to fall down to 24.30, and then we sold it at 23.40. Okay, I'm getting all the puts ready. Give me 1 second. Play puts down to 1987. Excellent, everybody. And then let me update the Intel charts real quick so everybody can see what is going on here. Let me see for 25.50. Okay, let me post the chart now. Okay, so we're done with Intel now. I posted it. Everybody has it. We're going to post it to the Patreon now. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at SPY. We're almost at the bottom of this trend as well, 632. You were pretty much at this quarter point, 638. 633.05. Yes, I'm expecting this thing to at least be up to 643, 642 tomorrow. 643, 642, the market's going to run up to tomorrow, is what I'm thinking. Let me just use the restroom right now, everybody. Give me 1 second. All right, everybody. So we average down on all of our plays. Our daily SPY call is about to start going up into value right here. And then the other SPY call we got for $15 is also into value here. This is looking real nice. We posted the new Intel trade. We posted the old Intel trade. For the SPY trades, let me go ahead and post this here. We average down on all SPY trades. Look at the picture to see which contracts I average down. To see what 0-day contracts I bought into. Okay, so we got rid of those. We're up 300% on those. Okay, everybody. So, boom. We got all of our calls down here. We average down. The market's going to blast up to 644. So we have no reason to stare at this market. You know that, right? We could just chill on the sidelines. Let's look at some NVIDIA calls here. I want to buy something for NVIDIA. I have an idea. Because NVIDIA's holding at the bottom of... Yeah. Let me see. NVIDIA.com. Yeah, we're gonna wait. Actually, no, I kind of want to buy this NVIDIA call here. 2 days out for like $5. I like this one here. Tesla? Tesla. There's a Tesla trade coming up soon, everybody. Get ready. Get ready. And then for DJT, we already bought in up here at the top right there. The next location to average down on DJT is going to be at 1619. Whoa. Excuse me. Excuse me, everybody. Let me see something real quick. So for that SPY call, right? For the puts, I said for insurance, you could play puts down from 636 down to 633. And then yeah, I feel like this was so amazing. I don't even know what to say. These entries were so phenomenal. Even the SPY entries. Even the averaging down here. This is this is really, really good. I'm so happy. It's not even funny. If you V-shape right back up here and you get to the top, everybody, I'm dolphin diving straight through the window. I'm just going straight through the window from the second floor. And then we're going to land in a barrel roll, right? And after we land in that barrel roll, we're just going to head for the hills. Because this is phenomenal. 300% on the first play when we woke up. And then, of course, SPY kept falling, but we were a little bit late into the show today. So we would have played puts in the morning. And that's originally what I was thinking. However, let's see if this is going to work out much better. Because we averaged down at the bottom and bought more plays. So technically, if we could just run up to the high, if not a little bit higher than the opening price, these contracts are going to be up like 200-300%, you know? So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's see what they're going to be worth. Let's hold tightly. We already ran up another $50 right there. the SPY 0-day calls that we got for 637 are already up 50% here. So let's go ahead and post that. %50 right there. Look at that, everybody. So again, if you would like to sell some of the SPY calls, you could do it, but I'm not selling nothing here. I'm waiting for this thing to reverse right back up to the tippity top. My other SPY calls are up 11% as well. Now the capital is starting to come in. Look at this. At the peak, the 637 calls this morning, they were around $300 this morning. So if we run up to the top, this option I just told you guys to buy for just $30 is going to be worth $300. So 1,000%. We're already up 100% here. Straight from 15. You almost doubled your account today. There you go. There we go. There we go. Remember, you need consistency, though. You need to establish that safety net, and you need to make sure that the trades that you're getting into is something that is properly able to scale your account. You don't want to just waste your time and be buying stuff, and then by the time you sell it, it's just like, you know what I mean? My account is not growing that quickly. Just in and out, take your percent, hold, be patient in some moments, but just don't overtrade, you know? Don't take this thing and kind of ruin its amazingness that you developed, because every single person here has amazing ability. Every single person here has the opportunity to take this to the next level. It's just you got to make sure your motivation doesn't die, you know? That's the only thing that really removes you from operating at a higher level is your motivation. If you want it, I'll show you how to get it. You know what I mean? So for all 16 of you who are currently in this chat today, thank you. This is the most amount of people we've ever had in probably like 6 months. When my motivation died, because that was the reason why, you know, the account got a little bit smaller, is because my motivation died, honestly. And now it's just like it's shooting up into the stars, you know? And I'm loving this. I'm loving the love from you guys. I'm loving the love from everybody. I'm happy I'm helping everybody. And if you guys need any help, make sure you put this information into the chat so I know you need help. Let me read all the comments, though. Sorry, I haven't been reading that much. I got to get used to reading the YouTube stuff, you know? You said, should I average down on the SPY call? Yes. Average down on all SPY calls. My average is now at, let me see. Let me check for you. For the SPY calls, my average is now, for the 650s, $26. That's my average right now. And then for the 644s, the one I got at the end of the day, my average is now at, let me see, 88. So I bought it for 144 yesterday, and then I bought one more at 30 today. So my average is now 88. We only averaged down once. If I had more capital, I would have averaged down another time, but yeah, it's fine. That's all good. We could actually average down with the 100% SPY call, because our SPY call is now up 100%, right? And then how about my other account? How much is this one up? 30%. Take a picture of that as well. Yeah, we're up literally on everything across the board, everybody. Every single account is just doubling. I love it. This is really nice. Let me post this to the Discord now. And then the other Intel call we got into is up 20% already. Oh my goodness, everybody. Everything is up. Go, 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 go. Reach the stars. Come on now. Reach the stars, SPY. You know you want to. Right back up to the tippity top. Come on now. Make my day. You're already making my day right now. We're up 130%, everybody. We might sell this for 1,000% here. You could put your stop losses just because we're up 100%, you know, just in case. Up 130% now. This is insanity. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. The 644 call you just bought is already up 30%. Keep holding it. Keep holding it. Keep holding it. It's not time to sell those yet. So if you want, yeah, just buy them up, but hold them for tomorrow. Let me check our reversal chart real quick, everybody. Let's see where we're at. This is wild. Wow. You already have reversal point number 4 after falling to number 7. Let's see if you're just going to fall down to number 5 here and hold, because then you're just going to bounce right back up to the 200, if not go higher. So trade number 1 was the $15 one, and then trade number 2 we paid $37. That one's up 140% right now. So boom, let's document everything real quick. And then Intel was technically trade number 3. So look at this. Look how insane this is, everybody. So this is the Discord family here. Whenever you guys build a safety net that's actually, you know, something suitable for you to be able to join a Discord that charges you $200 a month, which is my Discord. Remember, we have hundreds of trades here. So until then, never feel like it's a rush. You know, you get all the free trades you need on YouTube. You never need to pay me. When you feel like the time is right for you, you know, for you to get to the next level, because it's you holding yourself back at the end of the day. Not saying anybody's holding themselves back right now, but when you get to that point where it's just like, all right, I need some help. Boom. Make your profit with my trades. Hop into the family. And that's it. Honestly, that's my goal. That's all I want. So if you guys think I could improve myself in any way, whether it's with the trades, whether it's with the information, the charting, just let me know. Let me know if you guys also want me to teach you something, since we have a large audience today. I'll throw in a little freebie for everybody. It should help you out throughout the week, you know? Currently right now, just so everybody can know what we're doing, we have calls. We averaged down on all the SPY calls. We sold all the puts. And then that's pretty much it for now. Yeah. Of course. Thank you for joining, you know. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to me. I really do appreciate every single one of you. So far we're doing really good. We'll keep taking this step by step. See if we can get some other crazy trades today. Futures is just rocketing into the sunset here. This is really nice. And then for our other account. Yes. Okay. Let's go back to the SPY chart now. So this is like the main SPY chart you could say that we're using right now. Like the 116 point. Like yesterday when we bought all the calls, we started to buy it at the 116 point, which is 638. So yeah, you're about to run into that level right now. No, 100%. You got to be real, you know? Because like what was my one problem while teaching like the last 2 years? The main problem I had honestly was everybody would always join and always tell me that you know, just them learning in one day with me is equivalent to them learning for a whole year in another group chat. Like that's what a lot of people used to tell me. But then like a couple months would pass by and I'm just like, why is everybody in the same, you know, kind of like the same area, the same spot in life in terms of their trades, in terms of the ideas? And it's sometimes because, you know, people, they don't put the extra foundation in, you know? They don't kind of think deeply, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault. I don't make fun of people that don't think deeply. It's their environment that created them to be that way. So, like now, my main intention is, how do I help all these beautiful and amazing people that listen to me every day, that want the help, they really want it. It's just they don't know how to go about it. It's the motivation, you know? It's your devotion to something. So as long as it's fiery and it's burning and you see how I'm just destroying the market, like right now we just got another 80% trade. Right there, 82%. So if you see me doing this every single day, you know that you could do it. And you know that you could maybe even do it better than me. Probably, honestly, let's be honest here. You could probably do it better than me. It's just you got to get everything in order. Because let's be honest, sometimes I get lazy too, you know? I get lazy and I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to bother with this right now. But, you know, think about it. If there was a kid in a third world country and he had the opportunities that I had and he could teach and he could trade, yo, he would be going crazy. And that's what changed my perspective, is because I got to be grateful. I'm very grateful for what I have and what I could do. And as long as you know that and you say you're grateful every single day, you get more. I swear. You said half a week I've been watching you, you have exceeded the 7 years I've been trading in terms of experience. That's crazy. I'm happy to hear that. Because remember, everybody, I'm only 24 years old. Remember that. I'm only 24 years old. I'm turning 25 in September 15th. So I'm still, it's not like I'm a tiny little child now, but I would say I'm still pretty young. And that's what gives me hope that going into the future here, I have enough time to build a crazy community, you know? That's why I want to make sure that the groundwork is set properly. The people who should be here are the people who need the help. And it's not just somebody who's trying to, you know, use because they have the ability to do it, you know? I truly want to help the people that are stuck, they don't have nothing. That's it. Because when I was stuck and I was first learning how to trade, it felt impossible. It felt like nobody really wanted to help and everybody was making money but me, you know? We're up 200% on the SPY calls now. I'm about to take profit here. We're already in the money. I'm going to take profit right here. I sold my 637 spy call just so I could play it safe. This account is, oh my god, I don't even know how to vocally word it, you know? That's the thing about trading at a high level, is just like, you can't try to explain it to yourself, you know? You said, I hope to someday be able to give back to this community. Honestly, you know what? You know what counts as you giving back to this community? If you guys really wanted me to tell you how you could help me build this community, like truly, if you feel like everything I'm saying is authentic, everything I'm saying is real and truthful, if you really want to help me build, truly, just keep showing up every day. Help the YouTube out, because I need the YouTube to grow as well. So if you guys are there, you know, other people will obviously join, because if there's like 10 people in a live, it'll make 15 people come. If there's like 50 people in a live, like another 20 people would come, another 30 people would come. So people causes more people to come to an environment. That's all you have to do. And then if you want to add on top of that, yeah, just show people the trades I'm telling you to get into. Be truthful. Like, did I help you? Did I not help you? If I didn't help you, you could say that. You know, I have no problem with that. But if I didn't help you, just tell me what part didn't help. You know, that's the only type of feedback I really need. And if I have truly helped you in every way, shape, and form, just make sure that, yeah, make sure you do what's right. Post your trades, tag me, write some testimonies. That's literally all I need, honestly. I don't need you guys to give me $1 million and then try to market me, you know, everywhere and stuff like that. Just little by little, you know, that's all we need here. Little by little, I need true growth, something that's honest, not me trying to force it, something that the community wants itself, you know? Sherman! Welcome to the YouTube. What's good, doctor? And the audience is becoming very, very, very nice. Let me tell ya. Like, there's a lot of people in this niche, like the stock market and trading and stuff like that, and they're so stuck up. Like, the way they talk and the way they, like, literally, I just joined a group chat today on Moomoo, and, you know, the way people talk, it's crazy. I already left it. I joined it and then left it because I'm just like, all right, I don't want to be in an environment like this. My community deserves much better, you know? They don't deserve to be around people who just, they need to go through a few character trait development, you know, in certain ways, and then boom. Thank you guys for liking. Thank you guys for subscribing. I'm happy you guys like to hear me yap sometimes, you know. Sometimes I talk a little too much. So if I ever do that and you guys feel uncomfortable, or you feel like, all right, like he talked about this already, yeah, just let me know. I have no problem with hearing criticism or feedback, you know. Is it criticism? What do you call it? Like helpful criticism? Whatever you call it. You know what I mean. Because that's the only way that I can get better. Think about it. If I don't have people telling me that you can get better with this or get better with that, then I will eventually reach a, you know, a spot in life where it's just no improvement. And I kind of don't want that. I always want to be able to improve with you guys and take you guys to the next level and think of some crazy ideas. We're up 100% on the 639 calls now. So now every single trade that we had today went up 100% here. You guys could put your stop losses now. Stop losses, family. This account was at 100 and it fell from 330 back down to 160 this morning, and then we just literally took it right back to 350. So if the market pops here, this account's going to be at like $500 tomorrow, with just averaging down and buying one SPY 0 day. The thing was 200 perspective, 200 percentage. No, yeah, and I'm telling you, you guys make me happy. When I see a big group of people, it's like, this is what I always wanted to do. Like, this is what feels true to me, you know. This is what makes me, you know, walk outside my house and smile unconditionally, randomly out of nowhere, because I'm just like, damn, like I got a good group of community, like a good group of people that's in this community that wants to grow, wants to learn. They speak, you know, wisely. It's not just surface level, weird, you know, emotions or demeanors. I'm happy. I'm happy with the way it is right now. So thank you guys. Not to get too emotional, not to get too in the feelings or whatever you want to call it, but yeah, I'm very thankful. Yeah, so follow the trades, Ace. That's the crazy part, Boogie, is all you got to do is actually just follow the trades. Like today, we got into a $30 trade, sold each of them for 90 right there. So yeah, if you just hop into one of those, boom, you're good. Alrighty, everybody, let's stop talking about the Patreon and stuff like that. You guys already know the vibes. When it's time, it's time. When you're ready, you're ready. For now, just take your time, watch from the background, try to absorb as much as possible, and truly try to change your life. That's it. Just try to change your life here, everybody. You all have the potential to do it yourself. You don't need nobody else. You might just need a little bit of groundwork done, but you already know I got you. Come on now. That's what we're all here for. We got to have a community that kind of, it's like, imagine when you're in a village and the village is like, only 100 people and there's a child born. Like, everybody puts their love and, hope into that child to basically help the village, to make money, to move out, to, just help them because their brain and their ability is stuck at a certain level. And that's what I think of a village. If we're always trying to push each other into the spotlight, whether it's with stocks, whether it's other businesses, other ideas, as long as we're here for each other emotionally, mentally, psychologically, you know what I mean? Everybody's just going to taste success and everybody's going to be happy every day. It's like everybody's going to want to join this group every single day just because the energy is superb. Like, literally, I remember the first 200 students, they used to always tell me that. Like, sometimes used to just join just to hear us talk because the energy was just amazing. And I love that, truly. So I want to bring that back tenfold, maybe even 100-fold. And boom. You are changing lives. No, I thank you. I'm happy I'm changing lives. Because, again, that's what this was all for. And then at one point, you guys got to learn the styles, and then you guys got to change people's lives. That's like the last thing I want from everybody. We got to create like 100 teachers, 200 teachers, and we just go crazy teaching the whole world. Because there's so many styles that can help people that are different, Like, I have over 100 trading styles that I've made just that can help people. My personal styles are stuff that I use myself, but, the ones that I created for people, some of them are actually better than mine, like my personal styles. And yeah, that's the reason why it's just like, why am I going to take that for myself when you guys were the reason why I made these trading styles better? Therefore, it's yours. It's not mine, technically. It's the community's, Technically. But yeah, everybody, we're waiting for the SPY calls right now. Let's get right back into the flow of things. We had some SPY calls down here that we bought. We sold them here, of course, already at 200%. We do have some more SPY calls that we're holding. And then for Intel, we have some calls here as well. We were up like 30% earlier, which was crazy. That was a little funny. You said the dip had you concerned this morning? Honestly, it was so weird because when I was looking at the SPY chart like this, like, everybody take a look at this. Let me show you real quick. I was taking a look at this yesterday and I was just like, we might as well play the puts the next day. So what I was going to have you guys do if I had been here at 9:30 was puts at open, and then we would have basically played straight down to the bottom of the blue, if not the halfway point, like 636. And then I would have had you average down right here at the bottom. Same way we averaged down today. We would have did the same thing. The only difference is we would have added puts in the morning. So aside from that, we're still doing pretty good right now. If we drop down a little bit more, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the capital I made with that $30 SPY call. Because literally, I turned $30 into 100 right now. So now tomorrow, all I got to do is turn that $100 into like 150, 200. And I basically turned all these SPY contracts free. Our account is still at $300. So I'm happy that we're at least still stuck at 300 and we haven't dropped below 300 here. I'm happy about that. All we got to do now is just keep it going, you know? Keep it going and don't stop here. I looked at the chat and somebody posted the Wolf of Wall Street guy, you know, banging his chest. That's what it feels like right now. That's so funny. Remember, everybody, we got some calls yesterday at the close of the market, and then at the bottom of today, we averaged down perfectly. So now tomorrow, we're going to wait for this market to run up to 643, 642. So you guys said, thanks for your explanation. It makes a lot of sense. These dynamics indeed require deep analysis to capture. What tools or data sources do you normally use to track the information? You're going to call me insane. Basically, my head. So, for some reason, I started noticing I have this really weird deductive ability to look at a certain topic and let's say if I make a wedge line, right? And I put a line right here at the top. So boom, this is a wedge. And then there's another way to make a wedge. So there's this way to make a wedge. You take that line, you copy and paste it to the bottom just like this. You get a trajectory. That's one way to do it. Another way to do a wedge is to grab the top line and to make it hit another high, like maybe yesterday's high in the afternoon, or maybe yesterday's low specifically, like that. And right now we're currently at that area, so it kind of works. The third way to use a wedge is basically you're going to take this line here, and then you're basically going to, let me show you right now. So you got the top, right? Put a line at the top, then you'll put a line at the bottom. One variation is to copy the same line from here to the bottom. Another way is to copy this and to kind of make that little weird spider thing like this. And then you would, of course, do it from the bottom. So you would go to a bottom like that. touch a bottom, which is today. Take that line, copy it, undo it, grab it, slide it up to maybe like one of the lows from over here. So what I'm trying to say right now is basically when you start drawing lines, your brain needs to start going through the process of figuring out any other type of way you can draw that line or do it in a different fashion. With wedges, it's a little bit more simple. You got the simple wedges, which is like, for instance, this line, that line at the top, and then the line at the bottom. That's like a simple wedge. Then you have, you making a spider wedge, just from one point, making a bunch of lines that go from it. And then another way, this is one of my favorite ways. You guys ready for this? It's with the triangle tool. As you can see, look at this. This literally tells you what's the future range. So like, for instance, if we fall down to the bottom again, since we already averaged down at that location today, we'll see if the contracts are, even cheaper. If they're, let's just say, 50% cheaper than they were originally when we bought it, all we're going to do here is just average down again. And we should have a ton of profit still, a ton of capital to use because of those other wins from today. We're then going to basically play for this top end right here, which is 642. So if we hit the bottom here, we're going to average down on one of those plays one more time. And then we're going to use the rest of the capital, $60 to $70, for a 642 call so that we could run from this bottom to this top right here again. So that's pretty much it. That's like where the deductive ability starts to be created. And as long as you could start doing that, creating different ranges, creating different charts. So like, for instance, look at this chart here. This is just like all the weekly boxes merged together with me copying it on top and below just in case you go crazy. And as you can see today, when you fell to the low, you literally hit the 1/2 point that I've been telling everybody you were going to hit all week. As you can see, you perfectly hit the 1/2 point. So now we could literally get launched up. I kid you not, straight to 647. You could still go straight to the top. A more safer idea would be 640, of course. So let's just say we have a double bounce or double, touch of this line right here. You could basically play for this high again, which is 640, 641 by tomorrow probably, like up here. And that's pretty much it. It like tells you how far to play out. It tells you how close you can, potentially stop out. And remember, this is one variation. I take you to another chart where it's a little bit more simpler. And as you can see, this is another set of lines, completely different. And then I'll take you to another chart. And as you can see, completely different set of lines and boxes. And everything has its own direction. Everything has its own way of being traded. And what you want to do is you want to try your best to write out all the entries across all the charts. Because look, what I'm trying to explain right now, before, it gets kind of crazy, is when you create a certain chart in a certain way, you have to literally create hundreds of other charts in other ways, but with the same idea, so that you can actually find which one is the best one. That's how I keep creating the best trading styles, or I keep finding the best ways to use that said trading style in a certain way, is because I literally just copy and paste it like 100 times that same day on different charts on the same name. Because I have a bunch of, charts for SPY. Just SPY, I have over 80 charts at this point. So it gets kind of crazy, All I got to do is look through all those charts. And boom. I always know what's the best areas to play from. But it's a lot harder because you guys don't have all 80 charts. So how do I get you into a area where you could still have the same ability to trade as me? And it's with these new weekly boxes I created that I started teaching everybody. So as long as you guys are following these boxes and you're reading them, you're taking pictures of my screen, everything is on the screen. So like if you take a picture of this box, it says, this box will always represent the next downside range, which is August 1st to August 15th. So if you look at August 1st, look at August 15th, you would be able to see that's the low, that's a high, cut up that range, and you basically get this. This one right here is obviously the older one, and then this is the older one before that. All of them have their dates on it. So I was very specific, right? And this is basically how I take my notes. So in terms of using data sources or applications to track this information, honestly, I just use TradingView. And then for every chart, I'll have notes at the top. So like for these charts, since they're new, I don't have it yet, but like this is normally what you're going to see here. Like stuff like this, you know, where it's completely showing you all the notes. I have a better one. This one right here is more so what I'm talking about. Where is it? I say, what is this cat doing? So like this right here. So on each chart, I just explain how to use each trading style. And I literally just included all the information. I showed you what is the triangle wedge style used for and how I would trade with it. So like this is normally what price action does. Price action normally will stay inside of a range like this. So it won't go above the purple at all. Then it won't go below the purple at all. And then it'll go above the purple a little bit, which basically means if you go inside the box again and you fall at the bottom, you're going to go a lot more than just this right here. And look at when you fall out. In my example, it's a lot more. And then you run up to the bottom of it, double point of confirmation for more downside. And then you fall out, you know, out the sky. But then you hit a new low. So when you hit that new low, I'm just like, all right, you want to start using these triangle boxes and then using it kind of like geometry, where you hit a corner, you're hitting a low, and then you hit literally the corner of this triangle that ends from over here from this price action, the previous price action. So it's kind of like you're using a previous box's corner to give you this bottom. And you literally will have the market respect it and listen to it in certain instances. So it's very weird, but I'll show you some examples of that later. But no, yeah, this is how I break things down. So if you want to start breaking things down on your chart, do it like this. Just break it down completely. And then make sure your chart has, you know, all the data that you need. Yo, I swear, cats are so damn destructive. This cat just literally, oh my goodness. She just tried to break down everything. She got stuck and started going crazy. Oh my god. Alright, anyways, let's go back to SPY. We're on the smaller charts, as you can see. The one that displays the new range, which is the downside, is the one to the right. Always. It's always going to be that one. I kind of want to lower the opacity on this background here for like the purple zones. Yeah, I kind of want to leave it like that. It looks a little too noisy. And then this is the 1/16th box. So you have the 1/8 boxes, you have the 1/4 boxes, you have the 1/2 box that we hit at the bottom. We might not come back down to the bottom, so sometimes you don't do that. Sometimes it'll hold above because it's just simply more bullish. That does happen, honestly. Okay, so let's take a look at all the trades here. Let's see what's going on. The 637 calls are right back down to the initial price that we bought them. However, since this, I mean, we could technically trade it, but not right now. let's give this a second. What I'm thinking is we average down on some of these other plays here. The ones we couldn't average down earlier. And then now we have a bunch of more capital to use. So I'm liking this. And we have an Intel play. So come on now. So we got a new Intel play for free. And we can average down on the SPY option for free. And we still have more capital to potentially buy something else for tomorrow. To take that 30 into 100 again. And then see how these other contracts do. SPY keeps crashing, of course. Below 633, 632, since that's the midpoint. We're just generally going to be playing weekly puts. Since you're at the halfway point, it's a very good and basically very meticulous level to get the calls at. So that's exactly why we did that. And then you basically just bounce perfectly from it so far. So we'll see how you react if you come back down to it. For now, I'm thinking you're probably just going to get above this quarter point that you just fell from, which is the diagonal quarter point. So it's kind of it's a little trippy. I'm not going to lie when you start looking at the market this way. But you know how you create boxes on the weekly, which is like horizontal? So like, for instance, this is like a horizontal box, right? Wait a second. This is like a horizontal box, right? What you want to start doing is you want to start realizing that if you go here and you go here to the midpoint and you add a midpoint, you can basically cut that box up in half on TradingView. And then of course, if you go to this box and draw another box in the halfway point and you take it to the top, it creates like a smaller box, which is kind of like a Russian doll, right? It's kind of like there's a smaller one inside of the bigger one. So then you take that box and then you put it to the bottom and you make sure it just lines up. I need to fix these. This box should go like this right there. And then let me fix this line. That line should go like about right there. Perfectly. So now you have basically this point, and then this point. This is like the middle. And then these two are like quarter points. So in theory, if you really look at this, you actually have two more points at the top. One more here, and then one more at the bottom. Sorry, not two more at the top. One at the top, one at the bottom. These points, we're going to color them differently. Why? Because specifically in terms of ranges, this is the range, is what I'm trying to get you to understand. So whenever you make a box, you have to understand that the top, middle, and bottom are always the strongest. So sometimes what you get is the market creating a high, right? Where it does something like this here. It'll be at the midpoint. And this is before you even hit the high, right? So this is like before you realize that this is a box yet, but just watch. Just wait and watch, and I'm going to show you something, and then we'll go back to the SPY here. For now, we're waiting to average down on those calls. We bought one at 30, and that thing is already at $50. It was just at like 39, but think about it. If you're going to average down into a contract, and you're trading something like the SPY, like the SPY, right? Why are you going to buy multiple contracts at the same price, if not a higher price? You know what I mean? So you got to be honest with yourself there. That's always how I am with SPY contracts, at least. With Tesla, it's a little different. Honestly, Tesla is way different. But with SPY specifically, with how much these contracts move up and down and how much value sometimes you lose, you might as well just wait. You know what I mean? Buy once. If you didn't buy at the best time that day, do your notes at the end of the day to make sure you break that down and be honest with yourself, of course. Self-evaluate. And then what you're going to recognize is after a couple of days, you're going to be like, why do I keep doing that same thing? And then if you just bring that to me, once you find the problem, we're going to have that solved within 5 minutes, you know? Because a lot of the problems that everybody has, I basically went through already. That's honestly the only reason why I can actually teach, is because I kind of went through, thousands of hours of losses. Many on purpose, of course. How is it on purpose? I'll give you an idea. Imagine you take $1,000 and you take it to 5,000. And then at 5,000, you're just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm I'm going to put 1,500 into a $3 option, and I'm not even going to play a straddle. I'm not even going to play the other side. I'm just going to play this one side, and let's see what happens. Before you know it, that $1,000 is right back at $100, and you're just like, you know what? I'm going to average down. I have enough capital. Let me average down a little bit more. So you throw another 400 into it. You average down completely. Your average is, around $9, $20. The market pops to 20. You're break even. You gain back all your money. But you're break even. So you don't sell. The market drops right back down. And that used to happen to me so many times, it's not even funny. So what that allowed me to do was to basically start tracking down the best locations to buy and sell. I would take a small account to something major, and then I would just start wasting it on stupid trades just so I could start learning basically better ways to trade. It sounds crazy, but in theory, it worked. I thought it was going to work, and it actually did work. My experience now is like basically the equivalency of somebody trading for like 15 years. And I've only done this for 3 years. Almost 4 now. But yeah, that's what specific and meticulous breaking down of the market can do. As long as you do it specifically and meticulously, and you just plan everything on your chart, you write it down just like how I am, or you look at how I'm doing it, and then you kind of take the notes, replay the video, see exactly what I'm saying, and then word for word, literally do exactly what I'm saying. And yeah. So, again, everybody, normally when a market's about to make a high, this is what it does. It hits a high like this, boom. So now you have the box, right? And then let's just say it goes to here. So let's go over this. You have a low, then you have a high, 670. You create the box, you chop it up to, 1/4 points, 1/8 points. And then now you fall from the top to the 1/4 point. So what do? The first thing you do is you recognize, all right, after you hit the top, remember, listen to exactly every single word that I'm saying right now. I'll go very slow, and then I'm going to read the YouTube stuff, see what you guys talk about, and then we're going to go back to the SPY trades. We also got to check the Discord, make sure everybody's doing good here. Make sure everybody doesn't need help. Pretty sure everybody's good here. Everybody's been doing amazing. Good morning, Culinary. But, yes. Okay, so ready? After the market hit the top and you created this range, it then hit the 1/4 point. So what that means is if the market now runs up to the top again and you get above the high and you do something like this, whatever distance this 1/4 point is how much you're going to run up here, because that's an equal reaction. The reason I know that is because after you hit the top, you hit the 1/4 point. Then you hit the 1/4 point. Then you hit the top again. Then you hold on the top again. And then you hit the 1/4 point. It's equal reaction. That's the first thing that can happen. That's the one thing you want to understand. And the way you find the next 1/4 point is you just copy the previous box just like that. And as you can see, it's a little bit smaller. It's just like right there. It's crazy, but that's all you need to do. Same thing with the downside. So now if this, gets right back into the box again, and you hit the 1/4 point up here, and then you get back into the box, since you already hit the 1/8 point, the first thing you do is play puts for somewhere in between this 1/8 and the line. So like a little bit below the line. Because the market is most likely going to do this here. Do this, get above the line maybe. And then, because you already hit the 1/8 point and a little bit above it, now you have a little wedge going on. And now the market's going to want to potentially break that. So then it's going to get shut down. And the first area that it's going to want to hit is the 1/2 point, which is what SPY is currently doing right now. So this is what the SPY did today. Is I've been waiting for this thing to hit the 1/2 point all week. It's been hitting this 1/4 point, 1/8 point, nonstop, or like right above it. Finally today we hit this point down here. So now what I want to see is you simply just do this here. This is all I want to see us do on the weekly trend, but this is me explaining it on like a little module. So, boom, I want to see us do this. And then I want to see us go down lower potentially. So let me explain the prices. So this right here, this price would be the equivalency of 647 right here. So this is SPY jumping up to 647. Currently right down here, this is SPY at 633. So we average down. I want to see us bounce up to here. I want to see us then hit the top potentially, if not a little bit below the top, maybe like 646, you know, that's fine. Because remember, our contracts are 644. So we have enough room is what I'm thinking. And then after we hit that top or a little bit below it, somewhere in between, I'm going to have everybody get into puts on the weekly, just in case. We're going to hop into only some, you know, something, you know, one contract, $30, you know, just in case to be safe. And then after that, once we get above that high again of 647, we're just, you know, playing completely calls to 651 and then 654. That's pretty much it. So, again, everybody, we're playing calls to 647, and then we want to sell somewhere in between. Our contracts are for 644, so we can even sell at 643, just in case. You know, if things look dicey, we still have plenty of room. But I think we still have room, though, is what I'm trying to say. I think we do. I think we should have enough room, honestly. I think it should be up, like, right here in the morning tomorrow. Like, right back into this previous range here. I know I have a lot of ranges all over the place, but just look at this white range and then read the top of it. It tells you how I made it, what's the purpose of it, and how to use it for the current price action, which is basically you just do this. You just copy and paste it to the bottom, and then look at how crazy that is. It shows you what's currently going on with the price action right now. So you hit the 1/2 point, bottom point. Now you might ramp up to this top point, which is 638. And then tomorrow we might run to 640. And then maybe, what's tomorrow, Wednesday? Tomorrow's Thursday. And then maybe Friday we might hit the top. If we could hit 642 by Friday, I think we should all get out the calls. Actually, we only have until Friday. Wait a second. Uh-oh. This might be cutting it close, but I think it's going to work out. Because think about it last time, everybody. I told everybody to buy puts up here. So last week, I told everybody to buy puts here for a 645 put for 5 days out. No, 6 days out. And then look what happened here. The same day it was up at 400. I said, I'm holding it, but everybody, if you want, you could sell it. It's probably going to go up higher tomorrow. We're going to have to average down. And then boom, you went to 200 the next day. So 250 to 400, then 200 here. Down here, you were at 360. So that was weird to me. It was because you still look kind of dicey and red, but the market just didn't want to get shut down. It was like all the value was now getting drained from the puts. So it was like while the market was still making these lows here, normally this would increase put value. In my experience, normally it does, but it did not. So what that told me was you're going to have a giant shift one of these days and you might just drop out the sky. So this day here, you went to 130 here, then down to 360, 330. I sold it. At the end of the day, you were at 600. Those are when the contracts were expiring. It went from 130 to 600. So even though, yes, we bought it at 250 over here, and we sold it at only 330, the idea that they ended up going to the same price we wanted to sell them at over here, because it hit the 637 point or near it, as you can see, that was the previous 1/2 point. That's basically why I was telling them to play puts, was we were playing puts to 641. And then if it hit it the same day we were going to sell it, it hit it the next day and then they basically were worth less. Or 2 days later, so it kind of sucked. But this day here, we got our profit. And then you pretty much kept collapsing out the sky today. But it's kind of funny because we told everybody yesterday, like, this looks like if you, let's just say hide the trends here, right? Look at how much you fall here. 641 down to 619. So how much dollars is that? That's like what? Two. You add 2 on top of 19, you get 21. And then 21 to 41, that's 20. So that's 23. That's how I do math, everybody. I know. My teachers hated it too. So that's about $23, right? So how much did you fall this time? 647 down to 632. That is, if we want to get specific, we would add the cents, which would then technically make this 633. So 633, that's $14. Last time it was $23. So wait, let's start measuring this. There might be a trend here. Normally this is what happens, by the way. Let's go to a cleaner chart like this. All right, so this drop right here. Let's bring out the trusty old tool. Do you guys need me to show you how to find this tool? You could type it in the chat right now, and I'll show you how to find this tool. But this is why I love this tool. Why is this so bright? What is going on here? My goodness. Let's delete that. So look, right here at the bottom, it basically tells you, I'll put it in big text so you actually can all see it. So it tells you right here how big this range is and how long it took you to go here. Now, the amazing thing about doing this is how you literally start buying your contracts. So a lot of people, they tell me, like, how do I know how to buy the right strike price and how far out do I get? The crazy thing is, if you truly know what you're doing in terms of ranges, like let's say if we were playing puts up here at 637 and I told everybody, because I did at the moment, I told everybody, if you're going to play puts up here, you have to play puts for 613, 615, and 619 because it's a part of the bigger trend. So when you fell down to here, the first day when you fell down, of course, because of how big it was, we all bought calls, right? And then the next day when you opened up down here and you gap down, we continued to play the puts on August 1st. After we continued to play the puts, we then started buying the calls again at the bottom. And as you can see, you ran right back to the midpoint within how many days, everybody? About the same time it took you to fall down, right? So that's what I want you to start realizing is, let's just say it took you 2 days to fall $22. Technically, that means you could fall $11 in 1 day. Or technically half of that time. So like, by the close of 1 day, you could fall $11. So we haven't gotten a day like that where it was $11, but that's what that means right there, you know? And it's crazy. Even if you just measure this right here, that's $11 right there. And yeah, my point stands that whenever you have a day that's $11 in one direction, you will have that momentum carry into the bullish side. So that's why I'm thinking that this market is literally going to fly into the sky right now. I'm almost 100% sure you're going to like shoot like a rocket ship, because in theory, follow along everybody please. In theory, this is kind of like a winding process. So sorry, by the way, when I said that, I'm sorry if it sounded weird. I just want everybody to be, you know, here. I'm getting very excited right now. And this is where the information really hits home. And this is what's really going to help you going into the future here. Like, this is literally what's going to change everybody's life here. Because you can hold these plays longer than most people are going to hold them. Plus, you're going to be able to buy some cheaper contracts than people. Because people are not going to, like, they normally don't know what the range is. So, like, for instance, on this parallel chart right here, you perfectly hit the bottom on SPY. And every single time you hit the bottom, you start running to the top for some odd reason. You did this over here. Ran to the top, then the bottom, then the top, then the bottom, then the top. Almost perfectly. You missed it by like literally like 50 cents, 60 cents. And then look at where you hit again at the bottom. Perfectly at the bottom. But the one thing I want you to notice is when you hit the bottom, you see how you hit the midpoint here? And then you hit the midpoint here. And then you hit the quarter point. And then now you're only hitting the quarter point. So what I'm thinking is the market is still getting sharper. So it's kind of like still, let me show you with this chart. It's actually going to be better with this chart. Okay, so look at this chart right here. Let's go here and then let's turn this to gold. Just like that. And let's make this stand out. This is the one of the triangle charts. This is not the only one. This is not the best one, but This is one of the good ones. So what I did here was I grabbed February 13th low when I made that YouTube video, and I told everybody to buy 30-day calls down here for 580 because the market was going to run to 600. I told everybody on the 13th right here to do that. And it was unbelievable. Yeah, it was just crazy. This was probably one of our craziest trades here. I had some people, like some of the students inside the Discord, turn like $50 into like $600-700. It was crazy. And then when you were at the top, we bought puts up here, straight down, and then we played the calls right back up. And then boom, once we made this range, we took this box and we started making the triangles. And then I kept waiting. And then every time we would make another low, I made a new triangle, as you can see, like the background, like this one here. And I just kept making them and testing it and testing it. And then I started realizing something. If I have this high and then this low, all the price action afterwards that occurred, you almost hit the top here where I told people to buy puts. And then when you hit the bottom here, I told people to buy calls because you were holding on the wedge. And this was literally predicting the future. So then when you ran towards the top again and we got puts again, it was so crazy because it was just like, this is literally how you predict the future. You got to create a range that goes from a certain high to a low, follow it along the price action, and it will literally show you what to do in the future. So look at this orange chart here. This one's supposed to capture the lows. So this is what I'm thinking SPY is going to potentially hit before it wants to go up higher. So that's why I'm telling everybody that on the bigger charts, like the bigger bit, like this is the biggest you can go. The biggest monthly one that we have with the triangle style. It tells me that yes, you can go down a little bit lower. So like 630, 629. So we average down right here at 633. I mean, yeah, if the market's really bullish, you don't technically have to finish it. You could do it like next week or later. But we got to be careful here because, like, let's just say the market does run up tomorrow. We might have to sell out like somewhere around here, you know, just to be safe. Because if it just stops running up here, you're just going to get a situation like that, you know. And then it's going to just kill the contracts potentially. So we kind of don't want that. So yeah, this is the one thing we're worried about right here. This red line. As well as, I mean, we're kind of worried about you falling right now, of course, because the contracts only have till Friday. But at the same time, we made a good amount of profit today. If anything, we'll just buy into a new contract. We'll see if there's still potential, though. Because if there's still potential, we'll still hang with it. So yeah, if you do hit this bottom, I could definitely see you going up higher. And like ripping up to the highs. And then once you hit 651, that's when you're going to start dropping again from the new high. Like a little bit. And then you could potentially go up to the next high of 656. And then really start dropping around there. Just like how we did this time. Maybe even touch a new high. Where you're definitely going to do something like this. And then that's pretty much it. That's literally what SPY does. But the most important thing about what I was trying to show you here was the fact that with these triangles, let me show you the actual triangle style. There you go. So this is the actual triangle style. It's perfect triangles and perfect horizontal boxes merged together. And as you can see, you basically fell out the range right here. So if the market really wants to establish some bullishness right now, you are running out of space and you're running out of time. So yes, this market is getting into a situation where the bears are, it kind of looks like the bearishness is, it's just like knocking on everybody's doorstep at this point. Like everything is tilting, you know. If a market keeps tilting like this, what occurs is, you know, generally, you know, greater drops. Kind of like over here, right? Like before the market fell here and you started going down, or let's just say, let's pick a time even before all this. Right here, right? Whenever you get a situation like this, where let's just say from this low down here, which is COVID, and you have a market that's, you know, doing something like this, if you just measure that range, you could literally see the speed. So first is at the bottom, now it's at the top, now it's at the quarter point, almost to this quarter point, hovering on the midpoint a lot. Then this quarter point, okay. Then this quarter point, all right. Midpoint, yep. bottom. Okay. Holds, yep. Quarter point, bottom. Why is it still at the bottom? You know, quarter point. Now it can't touch the quarter point. Now it's below the line for a long time. And then it gets above it a little bit, and then you start falling out the sky. So this right here, what you need to do in this situation is now measure the high. So once you get this high up here, and you get this new high up here, boom. Now you create a new box. And you're going to go to like this low right here, which is like the lowest point. And then you see it holds here. So then you have a couple entries, make back some of that money. Then you fall outside of it. So then now you're just like, all right, now I got to make a new box potentially. So you make a new box from this high to this high, just like that. And then boom, you hit the bottom, quarter point, top, quarter point. So there's various ways that you can trade any market at any time. It's just you got to chop it up properly, and you got to use the bigger perspective. Like with me, as you could tell, I kind of go a little wild with this. Look at how crazy this is. Let me show you what this chart looks like. So this is like all your triangles. From every high to every low. This is Trump. Actually, no, this is COVID. This is the interest rate stuff. And then you have up here last summer. And then you have this summer. You have a bunch of them from this summer and last summer. And yes, if I go back to the 5-minute or the 15-minute here, and we zoom out again, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you can fall right back down to the bottom of this one, but look at how perfectly you held on this one. Like, that's disgusting. Oh no, actually no, we made this today. I'm sorry. This is new. I was about to say, if that's what happened right now, and I didn't measure that, oh my god, that just that fooled me. But I did just measure the yellow one, yes. So now what I want to see occur here is, think about it like this. Imagine if you took a line from the midpoint of up here to down here, which is like probably somewhere, literally, it's the orange box behind it. That's so funny. So look, imagine, this is how I chop up my triangles. I go to the midpoint at the back, and then I zoom out like this. And I have no idea if this is mathematically correct, but I literally chop it up in half like that. So now I want the SPY to run up to this halfway point at least. And if we could run up to this halfway point today, honestly, we're going to hop out our contracts, because I know how SPY is. If it does that, the SPY could literally do this tomorrow. It hit the damn midpoint again, or open up here, and then fall from it, and then go up higher towards our target that we're playing for. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to play the SPY. We're going to basically let it run up, crazy amounts a day. Let's just hold it. Let's just patiently wait here. Our account is literally at a new high already. We're at 360 now. So now let's see if this is going to take us to 400. And then by tomorrow, we should be able to go to 600. That's so crazy. The 637 contracts went from $30 to 100, back to $30, then back to 100 again. Oh my goodness. You know what's crazy? So let me tell you guys about a little story about last year. So one of my members on the Discord, they brought up the fact that September is historically terrible. And I agree. My birthday's on September, and let me tell y'all, every year it was terrible. Like prior, you look at 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, you compare all those years from before, when you actually break things down, and historically it is the worst, or one of the worst. May is also another bad month. But last year, because you fell out the sky in August, I told everybody, because you already fell in August, technically, there's no need to fall in September. If you fall in September, there is going to be a market-wide crash. And because we're not basically decreasing rates at the rate that we should be, the market's not going to crash right now. Because remember, everybody, what is going to make the market crash here? What words do you need to hear before you actually full port or buy a crazy amount of puts for the next couple years on SPY? Do you guys know what that is? There's one thing. Let me see if you guys know. But this year, because of course we're running up in August, I definitely agree with you. You could definitely fall out the sky in September. 100%. I'm worried about that as well, trust me. We're up 130% on the 639 calls now. I literally turned this $15 account into $40 with one trade. So we have a new $15 account, everybody. And yeah, we just literally turned it into $40, 200% in one trade. So now we're going to see if this market's going to blow up a little bit more. I'm feeling risky today. Let's see if we're going to go up higher. It does look like you're set to run much higher, but you can't. Let me see something real quick. Let me look at the reversal points. Let me check what reversal point you're on. We're on the wrong charts. Let's go here. Let's take a little look. You're at a purple zone, so that's the first thing. On the supply and demand zones, you're at a purple. Purple means puts. Puts 5 days out. So we'll see if this is going to be the case here, everybody. Puts 5 days out, that's what that means. If the market just gets, bought up and you go right above it within, let's just say 30 minutes, because that can happen. It happens all the time. So if you're buying puts here, just be very careful. But this is a put location, yes. If you want, you could get 0-day puts, but again, 5-day puts tend to work better. But if they're expensive, just don't bother. Just paper trade it or get a 0-day, if anything, like $5, $10, And then you want to get a 0-day for you to fall on top of the yellow zone, which is 635. So again, everybody, if you're going to buy a put right now, you're playing for a drop to 635. Make sure you remember that. Other than that, once you get above the purple, which is 637.48, we want to see if this market's going to run above 638.95. And if you can get above 638.95, it's going to be a rocket ship. You're going straight up to 642 at least. At least, everybody. Rate cut? Deflation? Correct, everybody. Your rate cut. So you're waiting for a pivot. That's all. If you look at history, the only time the market falls out the sky after interest rates are something that's, a massive headwind. Like everybody's talking about it. Everybody's thinking about it. It's a massive problem. Every single time that's the case and the Fed pivots and, we start decreasing rates, the market always falls out the sky. Every single time. So yes, in September, if the Fed does cut rates, it's going to give you an extra reason to drop out the sky. Which is, that's what we're going to have to worry about, honestly. But we'll take it slow. We'll take it day by day. We're just going to keep buying a few puts a couple years out, if anything. Like December puts, January puts for this year, for September. And then in September, we could just sell it. There's so much things we could do now, because we have a ton of profit here. Even if we take all the profit we made today and we dump it into a SPY put, right now, and you continue to fall to 612 and then 580, we'll still make a really good amount of profit. You'll literally turn that into that $80 or that $90. You'll turn it into well over 300 to 400 with one trade, as long as you do it correct and you don't panic, you don't buy at crazy high prices. You wait throughout the day, and then once you see a really cheap price, you just scoop it up. Buy one or two. But no, that's pretty much all you're looking at. And in terms of different trades, the one thing I would say is use those weekly boxes. So remember, everybody, use those weekly boxes. So now let's go to a different trading style. This is reversal points. Currently you're at number 3. I want to see if you're going to fall down to number 4. So just like I told everybody, when you hit number 4, you fell down to number 5, and then you ran up to number 3. So this is perfect. It's kind of staircasing up nicely here. So now at number 3, I want to see if you're going to fall down to number 4, which is 636.16. So if you're in puts right now, you could sell around number 4, or around now if you're up, if you're up 10, 20%, might as well, why not? Quick little scalp play. Never hurt nobody. At 6:36:16, you have another location for 0-day calls. Okay, so let's do this. Let's see what we could do here. Once this drops down to number 4, let's see what's the prices for everything. I want to see how everything is dropping. Let me see the prices here too. So you fell to 27, 60, fell to 39, then you ran to 65, now you're at 52. If you keep accelerating like this, you would be able to hit potentially $100 on this contract by today, which is for the 644 calls, which means we would then be profitable. So we would potentially be able to sell out just for a little profit. So what we could do is just sell one of them, keep one, and then keep the other 650s. So we're going to keep the 650s for now, because we have 650 calls for SPY. And the main reason why I have 650 calls is because, let's take you to the weekly chart again. I want to see if we're going to be able to at least run up to the top of the trend after we perfectly hit the bottom. So it kind of looks perfect. Look at this, everybody. Look at how I don't even know what to say. Just look at this. You look at it and you tell me what you think. Like, this thing is insane, you know? I'll even zoom into my chart here just so you can see it a little bit better, everybody. Look at that. Perfectly hit 633, just slightly below it, like a couple cents below it. And then now look at where you're at, the 1/8 point. Before you were hitting it and then you fell from the 1/8 point. So after you hit the 1/2 point, it's so crazy, but you just snap right back up to the 1/8 point. It's like a game of Tetris. You just got to match up the blocks, really. That's pretty much it, you know? And then you hit this block, you fall down to some mystical level down here. And if you guys wanted to really know what level that is, watch how easy this is. Of course, if that level at the top is 1/8, if you're chopping it up in half, that would mean this is 1/16. I'm pretty sure that's how you do fractions. That's how I do it, at least. I might be a little off there, but if I'm off, just let me know. Correct me. This is just how I do it. So yes, you get a 1/8 box, and you have a 1/16 box. Now with this one, if you pull it to the side, look at how you perfectly hit that. So again, look at how insane this is, everybody. I'm sorry, but it's just insane. You fall out of nowhere, out of Narnia, right? You hit the 1/4 point pre-market yesterday or after hours. Today you're a little bit below it. You fall out the sky. You perfectly hit the 1/2 point. You perfectly snap to the 1/8 point. Perfectly snap to the 1/16 point, right back down. So you see how the range goes from bigger, smaller, smaller? That's how you're supposed to trade. That's how I tell people to get into the calls and puts. So like, for instance, in the morning, that's why I'm telling you it kind of sucks because we missed the biggest trade. However, because we played calls from down here to here, and then we sold it, and then you fell down to here, we averaged down, and then now you're basically back up to here. We're just waiting to average down again. And you could potentially see this pop up to now this 1/8 point. Because if we're stuck at the 1/8 point right now, towards the end of the day, you might literally just snap up. Because it's only 12:40. And you're basically almost at the opening price already. So yeah, if you just get to the opening price by 1 o'clock, you might just be able to shoot up towards the end of the day. Straight up to 647 today. That would be wild, but it could happen. And then the next couple of days, we start running into the 650s, 660s. Because remember, now the trend is supposed to tighten. So now it's going to get faster and faster and faster. Do you see what I'm saying? Like right now, this is like the best time to trade 0 days and 5-day contracts because the market's literally just going to keep getting faster and faster. Let me show you the other chart. Yeah, like think about it like this. So like, look at how big it runs up here. So you obviously come down from down here, and then after you fall down to here and you run up, you see how it falls from up here to down here, right? And then it runs up to here, and then now it falls down to here. It's kind of smaller. Now what's most likely going to happen is how much do you run up above this? $6, right? I could definitely see you running $6 on top of 647, if not even sharper. So what could happen here is you're just going to run up a little bit lower, 644, or you're basically, actually you could say only 641. It's $6 above, $6 below. So we might only run up to 641. Maybe today we stop here, and then tomorrow we basically only barely go up to 639 maybe. And then after that, you could just fall out the sky and go lower. If not, if I'm telling you, if this is going to choose the upside direction, you're going to end up here somewhere, which is like 653, 654. And yeah, I'm telling you, you see how it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller? You're going to have one more moment where it's probably going to get just a little smaller and it's going to consolidate at the top up here. Kind of like this here. Let me draw it now. Actually, I already have it drawn. So yeah, obviously you could already see it. Just look at my drawing. The pink drawing. Look how you're perfectly listening to it too. So yeah, I'm still waiting for you to actually hit these highs here. 660s, 650s. And remember, this is just one chart out of, you know, the 80 to 100 charts that we have here. The purple zone is working here, but it looks like you're holding. So if you're in your puts, put a stop loss. You already are profitable. Take your money and run with it. Run for the hills. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The trades are really good. They've been phenomenal. I'm so happy I can't even explain it to y'all. I had to fix this chart for everybody. This is basically how you're supposed to get into your next like 1,000 plays for SPY. 3-week plays, 1-month plays, how to average down. So it shows you everything. Up and down. I just got to fix down here. I got to make sure every single price and every single cent is correct with what can happen. So it's a big project. But it looks kind of crazy when you have it like this. Look at this. It looks like his own matrix. Jackson Hole? Yeah, I'm thinking Jackson Hole is going to speed up the market. It's going to make the market run up. And then towards the end of Jackson Hole, we should be at the top. And then we're going to start crashing out the sky is what I'm thinking. Around 654. Hopefully, this is a jump straight to a new high. It's either going to stop at 644, or this market's going to be able to have the opportunity to run to 654. One of those numbers is going to be the number. And we have basically options for the lower number and then for the middle number. So if it could just run up to the higher number, we would be massively in the money across the board. After we were just massively in the money when you fell out the sky. Because remember, when we bought the puts a couple days ago, it was a 645 put. So we were instantly in the money the whole entire week last week. And when you fell out the sky, pretty much. So for this week, now we bought down here. And we bought here. And we're basically just doing the same thing we did over here. Waiting for this to run up to somewhere over here. And then just selling out for a decent little profit. That's pretty much it. And then we keep playing the 0 days as well. Like, for instance, the 0-day contracts we had today. Both sets of them went from 100 to 200%. And then we had an Intel play for 300%. So all this extra profit is just, you know, adding to the fire, adding to the fuel. And we're able to average down perfectly. It's almost like, you know what I mean? It just perfectly falls into our hands, you know? We still haven't added added capital into this app ever since we started with 15. So all those averaging moments were just due to 0-day plays and smaller plays. So it's amazing. That's what you guys need to do all the time. Is just play a bunch of 0-day plays. They go off of each other. So like play a call on a certain level, and then you would play a 5-day put. Let's just say if you keep running up to another level, and then if you keep running up above that put area, then you play another 0-day call to get even more profit. And then what if the next day then you fall out the sky? So one day you made, you know, money 2 times with a call, And then the next day, the puts just fell out the sky anyways, and then you made money with that too. It's crazy how things can work out. It's crazy. So yeah. Wild. I love showing people this because it breaks their brain a little bit. It broke my brain when I first saw this. I was like, there's no way. You should have saw me and heard me when I first found this out. I was like, I found it. I found it. I can't believe it. You know what I mean? Like you found a treasure map. And then you found the treasure chest. That's literally what it felt like. Alrighty. Look at how you're perfectly holding on that line, everybody. Oh my goodness. Let's see what's going to happen here. I'm excited. Last time you hit the line, you stayed down here for a day, and then the next day you popped up higher. That might happen this time too. You might just stay down here for today, and then the next day you might pop up higher, which is 639. Hopefully it runs up to the top today. I'm looking for a large swing to the upside here, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm looking for. By the way, on SPX, you did the same thing, by the way. On the weekly ranges, like the same way I trade SPY, if you take this to trade SPX, it works the same way. Look, watch, I'll even show you. Let's get into an SPX contract. Let's rock and roll, everybody. Let's make things exciting. I'm looking at some SPX contracts 1 day out. Let's see what we're working with here, everybody. 1 day out SPY contracts. For SPX, we would need to run up into 6,450. Where's that at? 6,450. That's near the top. That's definitely possible. The top is 6,479. How much do those cost? $35. That's it? How about 2 days out? Oh, wait a second. Don't tell me that. Let me see. Yeah, 2 days out? Nah. We got to go 1 day out. So we're going to get a 1 day out contract. I'm looking at the 640. I kind of want to get this point, or if not this point. What is that point? 6413. 6413. How much that cost? 6413 is $500. I don't know about that. Maybe we'll get this one. 6450. 6450 is right here. It's basically right here. So we got to run that much. So in terms of how much we fell so far, let's measure it. We fell this much, which means the halfway point is there. So we're going to at least run to here before SPY wants to fall out the sky again. If not, you might go a little bit above it like this. And then you're going to fall out the sky. That's usually what you do when you're crashing. So worst case scenario, things are kind of going in our favor. Worst case scenario, you just still crash. That could happen. I've seen it happen before, where it just wants to go down at that point. So if that's the case, everybody, remember, we're in a situation where you did a bigger drop here, then you ran up. You did a smaller drop here. And in my opinion, it's good enough. But yes, you can touch the low again one more time if the market wants to be a little annoying. So that's why we're kind of waiting before we use the rest of the capital to hop into another trade. Because if you get a SPX contract at 6345, and let's say you got a 6413, let's see how much that would have cost. So a 6415 contract at the bottom cost $200, and then instantly ran up to $600. So the SPX contract down here went from 200 to 600 right here. So that's about, 200%. That's how much I got with my SPY contracts about. So it wasn't that good yet. That means we need a bigger up and down, run here. So because you probably fell out the sky so much this morning, the calls are probably heavily, destroyed. So like the value in terms of what they're worth is way less than what they were in the morning. as well as way less than what they're actually at right now. It's just the momentum is not in the market for you to see the value. Because usually you need to wait for the momentum to slip in, which happens at like the last moment, and then you see value on your contracts. Sometimes the SPY is like running up, the SPX is running up, and your contracts are still going down. You know, sometimes that happens. You just gotta wait for that certain point, and once you get over that level, you could then see new highs. But of course, if you run out of steam, of course, tap out. You know, take your capital and go back to the drawing board. Don't lose it all, of course. But in our situation, if we make a little rectangle from the new high to the new bottom, just like how we do it with SPY, and you do something like this here, you could basically see our current range. So as long as we just hold this here, you could still fall down a little bit more today. And once we hit here, we could potentially get into a SPX contract right down here. If it's really bullish, you're just going to hold right now and just start running to the top point, which is up here, 6,437. So by tomorrow, that's our answer. We could run up to 6,437 by tomorrow. Where's that at? So what we could do is we could buy a contract for 6,435. These were at $90 this morning, and they hit 250. So at the peak right there, when you fell down here, they were at $90, and then right here they were at 250, 260. Right here they fell down to $110, and then at the top again they went to 280. So from 260 to $110, and then back to 280. And then right now they're worth 195. So if you fall down to here, they might be worth like 120 to $90 around. Because remember, we're trying to see how the value is depreciating throughout the day, because it changes every day. It changes for SPY, it changes for Tesla, it changes for SPX. That's why you kind of had to always get a cheap contract every single day and then stare at it for like 30 minutes to see how the value is going up and down before you put more money in the market. That's usually what I do, by the way. I test it with a cheap contract, and then once I'm just like, all right, that cheap contract went up 30, now it's down 60, I got it. Now I know what to do. Next time I get into a trade, I just sell for 20. You know? I just sell for the safe percentages. If I see that $5 contract go to 100% real quick, 200% in one direction, I'm looking at the market. I'm just like, all right, is there any reversals about to start popping up, or any points where I could, you know, just play a little scalp play, and you just keep playing the scalps while you play the bigger moves at the same time, you know? Let's go back to the other charts, the main charts here. Okay, so far, remember, you hit the 116th point at the bottom, and then you ran up above the 1/8 point. Now you're falling on top of the 1/8 point. This looks like a double point of confirmation for potentially more upside. This is a grade A representation of it. Let me go ahead and open up the SPX chart. Actually, you know what? Let's open up the futures charts. Let's see what's going on here. Let me also change the color. This is way too bright. Change the color here. Okay, so boom. You hit the 1/2 point. After you hit the 1/2 point, you ran up to the 1/4 point. After you hit the 1/4 point, which is currently where you're about to hit. Actually, you didn't hit it yet. So yeah, you're about to hit it right now. You didn't even hit the 1/2 point. You hit a little bit above it. So yeah, on the ES futures, you might want to go down a little bit more to hit the halfway point. That could be the case here. And then tomorrow you just have like a little tiny newer low. So what we could do here is actually look for puts potentially. Let's look at the puts real quick just to see how the value is. We're going to look with SPX first. Let me actually charge my phone before it dies. So we could fall right back down to 635, like 6350. 6350 costs $900 right now. Why is it so expensive? Oh my god. That's ridiculous. 6350 is $900 right now. One day out. It's crazy because the 6440s, if you look at the calls, look at the 6440s, those things are only 140. That is ridiculous. That's crazy. Oh my god. Wow. So yeah, I think right now what we do, everybody, is we wait. I think we wait here. We have our contracts for tomorrow. We already played some nice 0 days. It's only 1250. Let's just let the market trend a little bit here. See if it's going to drop back down and open up some more opportunities for us. And then that's it. Make sure you buy into the DJT options if that's something you want to partake in. If not, if you want to just watch from the sidelines or paper trade it, go ahead and do that as well. Just make sure you have some fun here. Okay, so for Tesla, we're still waiting for this to drop down a little bit more to 313. For SPY, you're below the 1/8 point. A couple seconds ago when you ran above the 1/8 point, you hit this certain point right here, which of course, if you guys make a box for that, that's the 132 point. So right now, the way you could tell the market's getting more bullish or bearish is if you fall below 635.82 right now, then yes, the market is getting more bearish. You would just use a point that just occurred, copy it to the bottom of a certain, 1/8 point, 1/4 point, and you would look for the equal reaction. And then with that equal reaction, you can then dictate what the momentum is actually doing behind the scenes when normally you don't know, This is how I figure it out. But let's say if we go down a little bit lower than this line and you end up at the 116th point again, and then you get right back above it, you're most likely now going to run to this 116th point, which is 638.35. So a move that you do can dictate what's basically going to happen next. That's how you track it down with these points. So you're still falling down here. I'm still looking at these contracts. Let's look at the SPY calls as well. Let's see how these contracts are doing. Let me look at Intel real quick. I feel like there's an Intel trade coming up here. If not SMCI. SMCI, nope, not ready yet. Intel. This thing is like robotically holding right now, everybody. This is, wait a second, this is the wrong chart. This is not the right chart. Let me go here, open this. Yeah, you're perfectly holding on this right now. You might just launch up here. Let's get a $24 call here. We're getting another call here. This might be a little too aggressive, but I think it should work out. Let's see here. Is there still value? We might have to play for 26 or 27 potentially. Let me see. 27, how much you cost? $20? It's not like a wonderful level to buy from, but it's just a level we can buy from, I kind of don't even want to average down on the other ones, the 25.5s, because that's for like the peak. I kind of want to get something for the middle now. So if we could just fall down a little bit more and open up the range just like how we did to the top, at least we could play calls for 624 from down here. For now, we got the 625s in case you launch up to the top. I think that's the safest way to play this right now. Yeah. When I worked at my chart, I was pretty much going to play the same thing. But I was waiting for it to right? Like 9 days. Yeah, that looks good, honestly. Yeah. Like these cost 77 and they were just 93, and then a couple days ago they were 200, and the peak was 280 when this hit August 19th. So 280 was over here. So at most you might hit like 200 from 75 with the $24 calls from 9 days out. That wouldn't be a bad trade. It's like 150%. But I don't know. It's, to me, it looks like the momentum is being lost a little bit because you had a crazy move, right? When you went from all the way down here to all the way up here. Like right now, it's kind of like the contracts. They're more expensive than they were last week, to say the least. So I'm just gonna keep playing with the yeah. So we might as well just let it kill some value and just play with cheap contracts, so we don't take a big loss accidentally. And yeah, honestly, yeah, I think it should go well. Did you get into the DJT stuff? Yeah.
So then I'm sitting here at 9:30. I played Palantir, puts on Palantir, puts on Tesla. I made such a bag. Like I just looked at it. I was like, I don't even want to clock in now. Like I don't need to.
You don't need to work no more. There you go.
My goal each week is between $500 and $1,000. All right. I made a little bit over. A little bit over. In the past 2 days, I made over about 700. So I was just like, yeah, this work thing is really not feeling it anymore. Like,
I don't blame you. You know that? Because it's just like it's not. You know, everything happens for a reason. So the simple fact that you're getting better with trading, and you're basically making so much profit now, and at the same time your job is now disrespecting you when they should not, and they should, honor certain, just honor certain things. They should have a certain situation where it's just like they treat you a little differently just because of the amount of years you've given to them. Like there's a certain type of seniority.
I'm one of those people where I've been here for 4 years. I've only been late 3 times ever. I don't call out. I don't get sick. They need me, I'm here.
You're always picking up overtime.
Right? Always picking up overtime.
Exactly. Now, yeah.
It's like I'm really that guy, like, and I know what I'm doing. So it's like, why would you? Like, we already came to a contractual conclusion of 50 hours a week minimum. No
Mhm.
problem. All right, cool. Now all of a sudden it changes. All right, cool.
Yeah, everything happens for a reason. That's crazy. I swear.
But yeah, now that's what shit.
Nah, yeah, it's terrible.
This right here is like the end all be all. Like this is really it.
Like freedom,
Like, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
freedom. Yeah, it's so, it's crazy. Like the way it makes you feel. Like I noticed it because like I see some people, they go on trips, right? Like sometimes when people go on trips, is to escape their reality and to escape where they're from. And when they're on these trips, like sometimes some people have the time of their life, and then when they go home, they get into that crazy mindset or that sappy mindset. A lot of people though, even when they're on these trips, they still don't enjoy themselves, and it's like nothing makes them happy. Like nothing truly changes stuff. And I was truly one of those people. Like for instance, I was happy to be going on these trips, but I just wasn't happy with anything that was really going for myself. You know? And once I actually started being able to teach and being able to actually make money at, any point, like for example, in January, with just a $150 account, we turned that into $3,000, which paid for my whole entire Hawaii trip that I went on the next month. So like I already bought the tickets, I already paid a lot. I was already mad about that because I don't like paying money for stuff. And then literally I just made the money because my head was in the game and we were all trading SPY and NVIDIA. And we literally turned that small account into $3,000. We paid for the whole entire trip. I got myself some nice clothes for the first time in like 4 or 5 years. And it was just from like a small little tiny gain. And I deemed it as it being something insane and different because it was just from a $150 account. Like when you put $10,000 into something and you take it to 15,000, it's a lot different. It doesn't feel the same. But when you do it like this, now it feels like this is freedom. This is like, you know what I mean? I could just do anything I want. Literally. Mm-hmm.
I had to clean up the office, and I'm looking around. I'm like, a corner shelf would go nice right there, and then another shelf would be nice right there. So what did I do? Why? Because I could. Took money out of my account. I ordered my shelves. One will be here today, and the other one will be here next week. I was like, oh yeah.
There we go.
Tomorrow. I'm ordering my third screen. Why? Because I already made the money for it. This shit is awesome. Like,
it literally feels like a game, like you're leveling up, like,
Right. But at the same time, it's not frivolous spending. It's
dedicated spending.
also understanding. Right. It's also understanding. There's a purpose for everything that you do.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason that I can't live in clutter. I can't work in clutter. That's the reason for the shelves. And once I have the shelves, then my mind will be a little bit clearer, which will probably make me work a hell of a lot better. You know what I'm saying? So it all ties into each other.
Oh, 100%, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm very happy that you're doing all this now because it's you doing this is going to cause you to keep doing it in the first place, which is going to cause you to keep staying up at night, keep coming up with these charts, keep updating stuff and getting better until you get to a point where your baseline and you just opening your eyes is 500% per day. And it gets to that. You're very near that level right now already, So when it gets to that point, it's just like, just make sure, you're doing what you're doing now. Buy the screens, buy the computer, put this on your company stuff. Because I spent $7,000 and I couldn't get nothing as a tax deduction because I got it all on my debit card. So that was my fault. But, if you could set up your LLCs and set up your business bank accounts, and let's just say you could trade for like 3-4 months in a row, you take like $100 accounts to like 1,000 or 2,000 and you could show them you're making some money. Well, there you go. Start building some business credit. Start buying some screens, some computers. Go on these trips with us. And as long as we do, stock related work on these trips throughout the week, which is our intention, of course, not to just have a free trip, of course. We want to actually trade. But at the same time, why not trade in Hawaii or in Japan or across the world? Or, why not be, in Brazil teaching certain, groups of people, or in Colombia, or, what about not, South America, but somewhere else, right? Europe, let's just say Italy. It's literally endless what we could do here and how we can help people. All it takes is one person and you changing their life for them to change your life. Whether it's a friend, whether it's a relation, whether it's knowing somebody from a different country that can help you with a business. Like, it's endless, Like, what if you help somebody that's truly stuck? They have a bunch of money, but they don't know how to enjoy the journey. They don't know how to enjoy their life. And you show them how to trade and how to go on trips and how to make money and how to turn life into basically a game. And who knows? What if that changes their life and they want to do something for you or they want to help you? The way people get when you change their life is a beautiful thing. It's like consistent giving. And coming from a person like me who just consistently gives out to try to help people, seeing that in return, not saying I want it, not saying I'm expecting it, but seeing that there's a potential future where everybody's like that, the way people would grow would be absolutely insane. It would be like a wildfire. No matter where you come from, who you are, you got internet connection and you got the ability to just do certain things, it's over. You could literally take over anything and do anything you want and build any business you want and help any people you want. So yeah, it goes real deep, just like the SPY charts. Come on now. We're waiting for Tesla here to bounce up a little bit. I'm looking for another put play. So SPX is at the bottom here, so let's look at these SPX trades now. 1 day out. Let me see these real quick. The 640s, these are 170. These were $75 earlier. Yeah, they're holding their value real nicely here. So even though SPX is going down, the SPX calls are going up. Unfortunately, even the SPY calls are going up right now. It's like IV is just steadily climbing while Theta is just killing contracts. Let's go ahead and look at what stocks you guys want to look at. Any stocks, Culinary? You want? We could take a look at Palantir. A lot of people have been talking about that. All right, let's PLTR. I remember this literally reminds me of 2024 and 2023 when you used to trade it. That's so funny. So with Palantir, you're basically, this is what you're doing right now. I might have to grab some water here, but let me see. So
what I got off of Palantir,
yeah,
is it's actually at a reversal point, and it's at the 200, and that's exactly where it dropped the first time this morning. And it was off this is coming off of a low volume run up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking between today and tomorrow we might hit, because I had there was a consolidation level that I had, and it hit down there perfect. So I was like, alright, well, I'll send the chart in the chat.
Palantir looks like it's gonna fall down to potentially 140.
I was gonna say 136 a week.
That is, yeah, that's that high right there, and it's right in the midpoint, like right below the high. Yeah, so that would be a real crispy level right there, honestly. And then where you ran up to, it was almost a 1/2 point. So you basically just hit near a 1/2 point, fell down to the 1/8 point, and now you're potentially running up to the 1/4 point. So what I want to see here is, since it happened so quickly, I'm just looking for weekly ranges, right? So I'm just gonna take the bottom, take the top. I really wanted to hit 165. So right now you're kind of like in the middle. So if you could fall down to here, like 147, if not 140, like right down here, you could play calls for this to run up to 165. And then after you hit 165, or let's just say like 162, 160, you could then play puts going lower. Because now that you have the drop out the sky, you can actually dictate how fast it's going to drop now. That's basically your trend now. So yeah, you're hitting the midpoint. So yeah, if you fall down, yeah, you might fall down to 140. I'll probably get some calls there if you do. Yeah, I'll just spend like a very cheap amount just to test it, because this is the first time we're trading Palantir in a little while. For Intel, they're still at $12, so we're still waiting for that. The SPY calls a couple days out, they're still at 50. That's wild, because if this thing goes up to yesterday's prices, we're going to be up basically 100% again. Which basically is going to take this account to that's 160. 60. Let me see. Average is 80. So that would be 70. So 140 plus 60. 140 plus 60. 200. So we would be $200 higher, which means our account's going to be at around 600. And then for the Intel play, if it could just act right, we should be able to sell this for potentially like $20 to $30. Just a little gain, not like last time, not like the 300% gain. Because remember, we got something in the money on purpose for Intel because we knew you were going to potentially reverse down to that top point. Let me show you one more time, just so everybody's on the same page. And then I'm going to step out to get some water. I'm dehydrated as hell. So look, I told everybody to buy the puts, not at the peak, but near the peak. Right here at $25, as you can see, right at that price label. And then I told everybody I wanted to sell it here at 24. But when I sold it, it was down here at 23. So instead of me selling 90% here at 24, I just sold everything here at at the midpoint here at 23. And then what I did was I hopped into a $12 call just 2 days out for you to potentially bounce from here. Again, everybody, just to here. You could literally just go to the midpoint here. That's really it. So because you hit the quarter point last time, and then you hit the midpoint, then the quarter point, then the bottom, you didn't hit the bottom yet. So the bottom would be like 23, which can happen like overnight tonight. But once you do that, I'm thinking tomorrow we could just play calls again or average down on these. If not, just buy something for 24.30 because I'm thinking it's probably going to run up to 24.30 even if it wants to go down lower. It kind of looks like it's going to hold here. But if it does fall, perfect. We'll just buy some calls down here tomorrow. So again, everybody, let's run it back one more time just so I'm not saying anything confusing. I currently have a call after I sold the puts that we bought yesterday. I bought the call right at this midline. I'm going to buy more calls down here and potentially down here. But if we fall below this level at 22, I'm just going to play puts first and then hop into another set of calls. If not, average down on whatever I buy here at 21.60 or 22.60, right? And that's pretty much it. So I currently have a call. I'm going to buy more if it drops down to here, then play puts down here. And then tomorrow, we're just at the same level. We're just going to play calls to 24. The smaller level. We'll get like 9 days out. We'll get the 24 strike, which is going to be like one strike out. If not, we'll just get whatever, whatever's closer, like a 23 strike, 23.50. And then boom, just sell it the next day. For Tesla, we're looking for Tesla to actually run up to this high here. This has been amazing, let me tell ya. Oh man, I can't get over it. You hit the top perfectly, fell down to a quarter point, back to the top. Then you get beneath it, above it a little bit, almost to the middle, then to the quarter point, then to the middle, then straight down to the next quarter point today, perfectly. Like, look at how Tesla perfectly stops at that. Oh, what just happened? All right. My screen just went black for a second. So look at how Tesla just perfectly hit the bottom of that quarter point right there. Crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. You said the drop is bad? Let's go take a look. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, you talking about Tesla? But yeah, look, you fell from 330 to 315, and then look at where you're at right now, the halfway point. So if we could fall down to like 317, we could play calls going right back up to 326 tomorrow, So let's see. Let me draw it before I forget, just so we all know. Fall down to here, and then up to here. And then that's it. That's going to be the end of that trade right there. And then we'll get into a new trade potentially. So either play back to the top here, and then back down here, something like that. Right? Or we'll just straight up play the puts here. where it might hit the bottom finally. So you have the uptrend, then you have the downtrend here. And yeah, we're just going to wait for this. Now let's take a look at NVIDIA here. I wanted to trade NVIDIA so bad, but yeah, we didn't get into it. We decided to wait for tomorrow. Let me show you. So you pretty, oh my goodness, look at how you hit King's Point. Oh my god. Oh my god. Never mind, if you fall down here, I'm going to buy one. I'm just going to claim a little bit of the trend. So again, we missed both entries. It perfectly hit this one yesterday. And then look at how it perfectly hit that green circle. That's amazing. You might ask, how did I even have that green circle? Or how did I draw it? I drew it because of the last low. So if you look at the last low, everybody, right here, what I did was I put a circle in between this low and this low. Because that's basically unfiltered price action now. There's no price action here. And we needed to fill this location before you actually want to break down below this area. So like for instance, now there's like unfiltered price action right here. So that's why I'm telling everybody for NVIDIA to buy the 180s or the 184s. Because as long as it could just run up to here, this quarter point, like 179, 178, you could just sell out for a really good gain. But you just got to sell out quick though. You can't hold it. So that's the type of gains that I look for, is the stuff where it's just like you have the potential for this thing to be up 200-300%, but if you don't sell it, you're gonna lose everything, you know. But it just makes it so that you're more able to make more money, you know. You just have more potential on the table. Definitely more risk, but it makes you a better trader, if I had to say, because you're always playing with dicey entries. So it's like you're always on your toes. You're never really comfortable, or you can never sit on the sidelines and sit in the passenger seat. Like, you always got to be on the steering wheel. All right, so we're waiting for Intel. Let's look for the other plays. All right, everybody. I need everybody here to look for oversold plays, please. Anything oversold. Anything you could find, just send me the name. I want to buy something oversold. We have enough capital right now. Screw GameStop. I'm playing. PFE. What is this? Pfizer? Hell no. We got to stay away from that one. AT&T is doing pretty good. Looks like I was playing PlayStation 2 cheat codes here. That's how I used to chart last year. Like in the beginning, before I started teaching. It looked like a cheat code sheet. These are also my old charts from last year, from 2024. So a lot of these are not updated, but as you can see, they've been working for months. So crazy. So like DraftKings, for instance. I mean, look at this. Now we have our next entry. So if look at this. Look at this, everybody. For DraftKings, I got it. I always wanted to trade this because I know it goes off of momentum and hype. So I'm just like, if we could just play the momentum, buy it when it's low, and then sell it when it's, you know, it's running up or something. Like, look at this right here. It's almost perfect right there. Look at that. SMCI? I'll take a look at SMCI next. Send as many names as you can think of, because remember, I have like 500-600 charts done. So I probably most likely have a chart for the name you're going to send. Meta? I bet. We'll look at Meta. We'll look at SMCI next, then Meta, and then we'll go from there. So for DraftKings, everybody, let's go ahead and put our alert. We're also going to take a picture and send it into the Discord so I remember. And then I'm going to make my charts, and we're going to add all the entries. We're going to look at the options board, and we'll go from there. So right there, alert is at 6:35. Boom, we got the picture. Let's put this to the side now. Actually, you know what? Let me actually show you where I'm going to buy. I would buy here, and then we would literally play calls for here first. Maybe puts here on the 0 days or like a weekly, and then calls right back up to the midpoint. Because you see how you hit the top, then quarter point? You probably are at least going to hit the middle point if you fall down here. So yeah, that would be a really good play right there. In terms of you being at the midpoint and us trading it here, I don't think so. I don't like that, honestly. Because this high is over here, this high is over here, this high is down here. It's too random right now. If anything, I would get a put up here. Like if you just run up to the top like this, I would get a put up here definitely. And then play the downside to like the midpoint. So like from here, straight down to like right there. Okay, so DraftKings is done. Let's go ahead and change this arrow to green. I'm not going to do much because, again, everybody, I already did these charts last year. And this looks really good. I trust them. I already trust them. So I know they're going to work somewhat. It's just we got to let this hit towards the bottom, you know. And then if it crashes out the bottom here, basically what you're going to do is play puts from here to this top of this green line, which would be somewhere like right here. And then we'll see if it's going to hold and then bounce up again, like that. So, like, for instance, if I grab this green line and then go to style and go to extend to the right, you see how perfectly almost goes off that green line? So that's probably what you would do if you fall out the sky. So that's your insurance right there. Is you fall below the green line. Let me see. What do I have written here? Over $46.50 or 40 cents calls. Okay. Till 51.40, which is up here. Okay, that actually works still. Or 51 flat. That works as well. If we don't go over 46, puts till 41, which is actually pretty correct still. That's crazy. That's still working out. And then what I could write down here is, let's put this here. Let's change this size to 20. We don't need it to be that big. Let me fix this. And then we got to move it. We got to move it. We got to move it. We got to get quicker. Okay, so go here. Where we will buy 2-4 week out plays for a run back up to the mid point of the diagonal channel. Okay, so let me go ahead and fix this here. 2 week out plays. Perfect. Okay, and then what we could do here is let's make this arrow smaller. And then below this, let's go here, change the text, delete it, change this to pink. And then we could put below 33. 33 puts. Because think about it, how can I give people calls and tell them to buy at an area and not tell them how to play against it? I can never do that. So honestly, I always had to give people insurance. So it's always a little bit of extra work, but I'm telling you, it's worth it. It helps out every single time. For some reason, it's always like very close to being correct, if not perfect. 29, and then we could be like 25. Dot 29, 59, and then to 25. Boom, everybody. That's their insurance. Now you're done. Now let's take a nice picture. Let's close the browser right here on the side. Put this at the top. Let's make sure everything looks nice and neat. Looks pretty good. I could make a new line, honestly. I'm going to make a new line and make it yellow. This is going to be the new wedge with the new price action. Go here and then go here. Turn off, extend to the right. Make it yellow. And then let's go ahead and go to the bottom now and do the same thing. I'm going to select this bottom. Actually, let's select the low first and see if it makes a difference. Not really. Actually, I would much rather select the low. Gives me much more information so we could play the puts. That's kind of crazy. Look how close the put. Look at the line I drew. That's kind of nice. All right, so boom, we could play the puts just like that. All right, so now let's zoom out here, just like this. Let's take a picture. Wait a second. I can't take that picture. I got to show people where the alert is. So I got to hover on like this. There you go. Now let's send this to the Discord. Boom. Next name is SMCI. SMCI is not ready. I already looked at it earlier, but we'll just show you real quick what the chart looks like. So this is basically where everything is. Let me extend it to the right real quick. So as you can see, SMCI needs to fall down to 34, if not 29, and then we're going to buy it here. So yes, we could prepare for people for now, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Intel's holding right now. Okay. So let's go right here and put this here like that. And then we're going to put buy 2-6 week out calls at 34-29 for 5-10 strikes out. The main goal is going to be a run up. The main goal is a run up to 45, then to the middle of the diagonal range, which is to 1/4 point. And let's go here, parentheses, diagonal range, just so people can know that point is also from the diagonal range. Then to the middle of the diagonal range, which is, what is this? What is this? $56. $56. Then to 67, then to 79. At how much? 7. Let's just say round it off. Let's just round it off to 80. Because by the time you get there, it would probably be $80. All right, now we got to make sure that we the main goal. Diagonal range, then to the middle of the diagonal range, which is 56, then to that, and then boom. Okay, so boom, everybody. That's your full explanation for the trade right there, all the way up. So I would always pick the closest strike price just to be safe. But yes, you could just, I mean, you could do whatever you want, honestly. But the way I trade personally is I like my win rate being absolutely perfect. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I give people trades where it's very risky, and then people think that, you know, that trade is a good depiction of how I am as a trader, or how I, you know, how my win rate is. But in all honesty, my win rate is 100%. I completely control it. If I want to, you know, have a high win rate, all I do is just buy a contract that's just like one strike out from like a really good level. Like on SMCI, I would basically buy one like $35 contract here that's like, you know, 3 months out. I'll put like $500-$600 on it. If you fall down to here, $30, or if not like 25, I'll buy a couple more, average down, and then that's it. By the time it bounces up to this quarter point, which is the first area I wanted to get out of, I'm going to be $10 in the money at that point, as long as it happens within due time. Now, of course, whenever you have a move on certain stocks like this, you see how SMCI moves and consolidates, then moves, consolidates, then moves, consolidates, then moves. You got to get away from that consolidation. So the way I would do it is, since there's been a big move here, just let it consolidate now. Wherever it consolidates, that's what we're going to buy. And as you can see, this is how we bought last time. It was crazy. We bought down here, and we sold it literally at the midpoint for 700%. So if we play calls from the bottom here and you run to the midpoint, you're basically going to be up 700 to like 1,000%. So that's the next goal right now. So I'm going to put this here, and then we're going to put this here because I want to show people the goals that we have for SMCI. And then I'm going to take a look at meta for you, Frost. Just give me one moment. I want to go ahead and write this down here. First goal, which is $55. The second goal, which is $67. So first goal, second goal. Third goal is going to be $78. And that's pretty much it. And then we're going to buy down here. In terms of insurance, as you guys already know, we have a box right here that we could just play insurance. So if you get below 3280, let's go ahead and put an arrow just so I can explain it and not waste some time here. Let me see. 1 week outputs. $23.27. Actually, no, it would be $27.10. 27.10. Then 23.47. And that's pretty much it, everybody. That would be like the most simplest way to play this. Of course, I can add a bunch of more trading styles just to double check and, you know, do all that other stuff. But for now, just me doing a raw, basic interpretation of the SPY, it looks pretty good. So now we could go ahead and take a little picture. It's going to look a little odd. That's not going to look the best. You know, this is not our best picture, but let's just be honest here. It looks pretty good. And I'm pretty sure you guys would not expect this, but watch this. This is the reason why I'm not doing another chart. To be honest with you. It's because I already did the most advanced SMCI chart that you could possibly think of, which is the all-time. And this is what it looks like. So currently you're at the 1/2 point and you're about to hit the 1/4 point. So yes, it is turning into a buying point here in terms of the bigger scale. But I kind of want to see if we could buy it like right here in the middle of the 1/4 point. So let me take a picture for you guys. This is, by the way, this chart goes as far as 2050. That's the next time I had to actually update this chart. So I don't have to update this for the next, you know, like 20 years. Because look, let me go on the weekly. Move this picture. As you can see, all your buying points. All your selling points. $29. Look at this. To 220. So yeah. It's pretty nice. Works out really nicely, honestly, every single time. So now, since I have this here, you guys already have a smaller picture. Now you have a bigger picture for SMCI. And now we're done. So now we don't have to do SMCI. We might as well, since we're here, I'm just going to show you the Intel chart. Actually, it doesn't look that good, so yeah, we're going to wait here. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see it. Unity. Look at Unity. So yeah, Spy is just running up here again, I think. That's 90. So 340 plus 90, that's going to equal 420. And then 420 plus 140 is going to equal 560. And then 560 plus about $200 is going to equal 760, probably like 730. And then the Intel play, we're going to sell it for like $30 potentially. So that's going to be around 600. Actually, no, around 800. And then that's all the plays we have here. And then for DJT, if DJT could do what we think it's going to do, and it runs up to 25, we're going to sell this for like 200 as well. So these are all really nice plays. Let's just keep getting into plays like this. We're only putting $50 and we keep selling it for like 100 to like 400. It's like rocket ships. Anybody from YouTube want to send any more ideas for different charts? Go ahead and send them. We did everybody's chart already. Again, let me go to Unity and take a picture here. This is something I wanted to do. And then let me go ahead and take a bigger picture of Unity. And then we're going to do Meta next. So get ready for that, everybody. There's no white circles here. Actually, no, there is a white circle right here, technically. I had to fix that real quick. So this is the all-time on Unity. All right. Oh, no wonder my chart is doing that. Oh, no, never mind. I'm on 80. I'm about to say. Okay, so Unity is done now. We got to watch it. I'm thinking about buying puts here, honestly. We could... I actually... Let's look at the puts real quick. Unity puts. Yeah, you started running up here. The thing is, you started falling all week already. The top of the high, like this week, was 39. Today is like one of the lows. But then a couple days ago, you did hit $30 flat, which means if we go to the 1 hour, we could fall down to like 27. Yeah, you might fall down to 27, if not like somewhere at like 22, 23. Let's look at the puts. 2 days out. For you to fall down to 33 is not a bad idea. Let me see. Let's go to the 15 minute. I should be able to see the price action. Yeah. Perfectly. So now you know what I'm going to do? Watch this. Watch this, everybody. This is something I haven't done on Unity yet. Especially, I can't believe this stock ran up this much. Like, I can't believe I was this correct about this stock because I never did that much research on it. I really never did. I just know that it was a gaming company that I used to play when I was younger. Like, I used to play all their games. And that's it. That's all I knew. That is pretty much all. I remember one time they released this one game that I was waiting for somebody to release a game like this. Like, it was called Attack on Titan. I don't know if you guys ever know what that is. But they had released a game on it. For like a PS4. It was like PS3, PS4, something like that. And I remember when I was younger doing YouTube videos on that. But it was on Unity. And yeah. Let me see. So you fell down to the quarter. That's the halfway point. You could run up to the top of 38 again. We would get a put for you to fall down how far? Down here. 27.54. How about a 16-day Unity put? Is there any open interest here? No. How about for September? No. How about for September 19th? There is open interest. So there are some people buying it for September. Let's buy for September. I like this. Like a $27 put. Let's see if we can get it for October, actually. The open interest is not that much better. The cost is not that much more, though, for September, for, another 90 days, another 60 days. What are you guys thinking? Should we play it super safe? We could buy a put right now. And remember, it already fell. So this will be a really interesting put. Let's buy something cheap, and then let's average down. I want to take you guys throughout the whole process of averaging down on the option when you get it late. Because sometimes we all do that, and there's always a way to fix it. So what we're going to do here is we're going to buy something for Unity. Let's see. First, let's get something for September 19th. We're going to get a $27 put, which is basically the midpoint. We're just buying one, by the way. Filled. The reason why we are getting into this Unity trade is just solely due to the fact that when you popped up above $23, there was a bunch of smaller ranges that we did not complete. So as long as Unity can get below $29 or get near $29, which the midpoint of the whole entire range is currently 27, so 29 would be slightly above it, we could potentially still sell out at that area for a decent percentage. Nothing recorded. All right, that was a little test run. That's okay. Currently, for the Unity idea, what we're trying to do here is play the bigger ranges, which is down to the 1/2 point at $27.50. Oh my god. At 27.53. It's actually 27.51. That's okay. And then potentially down to, what's the quarter point down here? 21.49. Then all the way back down to the next quarter point, which is at 21.52. To continue playing downside, play puts 1 to 2 weeks out down to 21. And then for a more risky level, you have $18 to $13. Insurance. If Unity gets above 39.69, the first thing you're gonna do is play calls to 45.84. One to 2 weeks out, for more insurance, if you get above $46, you could play calls to 51.94. Then potentially get some weekly puts. And then at this level, you would want to buy monthly to yearly calls. All right. We posted it on the server, everybody. So you got the reason, you got everything you need. I'm gonna fix it again before I post it to Mumu. But yeah, we pretty much did everything we need to do here. Let's go check on Spy now. Let's see what's going on over here in Spy's land. Account is at a new all-time high. This is excellent. Somebody actually shouted me out for another person's community. I appreciate that. Like somebody needed help and they were asking for help, and this guy he pointed him to me. I appreciate that. That's real nice of you, M, if you're listening in the background. So yeah, we're still waiting for these two Spy plays here. This is crazy. Let's go take a look at Spy. Let's see what's going on over here. I think we're done with Unity. I think Frost left. Did Frost leave the chat? If Frost left the chat, I'll just send him the charts. Oh no, he's still here. We're good. Perfect, Frost. Give me 1 second. I got you, Frost. I'm not forgetting about you. So we did Unity. We locked in a put here. And then we're going to average down potentially up here. And then we're going to play calls above to here. Going to here. Okay, so that's locked in. SMCI is locked in. Intel is also locked in with a call here. And then now is Meta. So let's go look at Meta real quick before I even look at the Spy. Meta looks just like the Spy, Frost. This looks insane. It looks like you're going to run straight up to like 700 and... What is this? 780? If not like 770? You're at 740. Let's look at the Meta options. I got you, Frost. I'll send some pictures and then have you look at them later. By the way, Frost, make sure you let me know when we can have that one-on-one. It's been a few months now, so whenever you get a chance, just call me whenever. Yeah, we could potentially get into a meta option. These things are literally insane. We can get to a $35 meta option. What do you guys think? $35 meta option for 780. We don't have much charts done, but let me do the charts real quick. I could update this in like a second here. So I want to grab this low, which is probably May or April. Let's screw it. Let's just grab the biggest monthly one, which is this one. Grab the top, just like that. Chop it up from the middle. We gotta go a little quick just in case this thing starts running with SPY here. Boom, now we got that. So it didn't even hit that point. So what point did it hit today? It kind of stopped at this point here. And you did like a shift to down here, which means you're definitely going to run up to here, which is 775. A 775 call currently costs $58. But if we're 3 strikes out, I think we should be good. Yeah, let's get a 780. We're getting a 780 call for meta here. 2 days out, so that's the only risky part. If you would like, you can get next week. Again, if you want to play it safer and you're not fine with taking a loss tomorrow, because this is going to be a very aggressive trade here, just make sure that you kind of wait on the sidelines there. Or paper trade it. Paper trade it. That's also another good idea. Alright, let me start fixing all these entries so I can start posting them now. We got our next overnight entries. New trade. New meta trade. 2 days out. 780 strike price. Calls, which cost $35. Goal is... So if we run up to that price, this is how much we would sell these contracts for. You're going to call me crazy. Again, you're at 740. I know you're far. So if you run up to that area, let's just say you run up to 770, we're going to be up $400. If you actually run up to 780, we're going to be up $800, which would be 200%. So that's how much we could basically sell this for. So that's what I'm going to write here. Is we could sell each one for $800. In all honesty, we're just playing this call because it looks very similar to the SPY trend, which means if SPY picks up the same way we think it's going to pick up, Meta's simply just going to run into new highs, if not a previous high, which is where our strike... Oh my god, it's not recording my voice. You little shit. Run it back! The sole reason why we're playing meta right now is just due to the fact it looks like a mirror image to SPY. And in terms of what our current idea is for SPY, it's to play to a previous high a little bit before the peak, and then potentially be able to sell out as it's running up to the peak, if not to a newer high. In terms of what levels we're looking for, we're first looking for meta to get to 756.19. 756.19. Oh my god. Why do you keep erasing the dot? Come on, I'm trying to do this quick. .19. The next level will then be 771. And then the last level would be for 805. If we actually hit the extreme target of 805 within the next 2 days, these contracts are going to be worth Drum roll, please, everybody. These could be insane. These contracts are ridiculous. I'm looking at the contracts, one out from in the money, and then $700 each. So if this thing goes to, let's just say 805, like 800, 805, we would be about 8 strikes in the money. We would be at $2,000 each contract. So we would be selling this for like $1,700. Okay. So now at this point, we're going to take a step back. We're going to stop firing off these trades. We're going a little wild here. All right. So remember, these are aggressive trades. They're short term. If you want to be more profitable, it's always wiser to get something longer term, like a 5-day, a 10-day. But because we have some really good profit today, and because this looks just like SPY, it looks like a really good opportunity. Whether or not it works out or not, we'll find out tomorrow. But for now, it looks really, really good. Okay, so let's look at the next chart. We looked at Meta. What other company you guys want me to look at? We did SMCI. So I think we did everything you guys wanted me to look at. We're pretty much done here. Intel's falling down a little bit lower. Let's take a look at SPY now. SPY, you fell from 637. Equal reaction right back down from 1/8 point to the next 1/8 point. So let's go ahead and look at that calls. Can we average down here? We can almost average down. Not yet, though. Not yet. So let's say that the first level we want to sell the meta contracts is for $400 and then for 800. And then the last level is 1700. Reason for the trade, the sole reason. First looking for us to get to 771. As 771 is the 1/8 point. No. Copy what when I said no. I was like, wait a second, no, it's not. Um, 1-4 point. Then the next level will be 771, which is. Oh no, that's the 1/8 point. So this would be the 1/8 point. And then this would be the 1/16 point. So that's the 1/16 point. And then the last level would be I love this. This looks amazing. Remember, don't average down on no plays. Don't buy nothing unless it's SPY. So the only time I would like for you to average down on any single play at all today was if you just average down on SPY right there. I don't know if you guys call it that. But if you average down here, then that's perfect. That's fine. But just don't do nothing else. Just wait a second because this could go a little bit lower tomorrow. Just in case. It could also hold here and you might just run up into the crazy high, but we might go a tiny bit lower. So just have some extra capital. Wait, there's one thing I gotta add for meta. One more thing I gotta add for meta, and then we're done with this. Go, 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 go. I want to make sure I at least post all the trades today before the close. I know some people didn't get into the trades yesterday, and I want to make sure everybody gets a chance. Once you get above 795, your first target for meta is to play calls 1 to 2 weeks out for 815.55. And then you want to play calls above that. Same amount of distance till 535.78. Oh my god. 835. To continue playing some upside, once you get above, is to play calls 1 to 2 weeks out for 815.55. Strike price has to be 10 to 20 strikes out max. You want to play the same distance, which is going to be from the 1/8 point to the 1/4 point. Let me see something. This is 1/4. That means this is 1/8. This is 1/16. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we got a meta trade. We got a unity trade. And we got a meta trade. What other trades did we got? We got unity, we got meta. We got intel. And then we had 2 spies. Nice. Excellent. Spy contracts are dropping down a little bit more, so this is perfect. We might be able to buy some extra here. Alrighty. So now let's turn off meta. We don't got to look at this no more. We already have all the points nice and noted. Or nicely noted. For Tesla, I'm still waiting for this to hit the low here. It has a nice little wedge to the downside. Oh, you hit it. Never mind. You basically perfectly hit it, everybody. Look at that. Look at the yellow line. And look at the top. Hey, so you hit the top to bottom here. So now what we could do is basically play calls to the midpoint, which is 327. And then potentially... Yeah, 315 is would have been a really good level to get calls. I think on my other chart I have a different line. I don't have the newer price action. So yeah, let's see for Tesla. I might just wait for tomorrow and see if it comes right back down. Let it consolidate for a couple of days. And then we'll try to see if we can go long right back up to the top, 330. That'll be a really nice play. For Nvidia, we're going to take a step back on this one. We're not going to trade that right now. At least not this instant. Google, nah. Amazon. Looks insane. 221, 230, 240, and then 211. Baba. We might also be able to get into a Baba option here. Yeah, if we could fall down on top of this yellow line here. We kind of already did, though, right there. So you might not want to listen to it no more. That's the only risk. But if you could fall down here a little bit lower, everybody, we could literally buy Baba at 112, 107. You can see like that's one of your new ranges towards the bottom now. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, let's look at the next name. HE. Oh my god, the Hawaiian company's running. We might have missed this, everybody. This thing was at $40 because of the fires in Hawaii. And then it dropped all the way down from $40, $40 straight down to like $8, $9. It's only at $11 right now, but I'm thinking we could trade this like Intel, which means if it hits this high right here, we could get puts right now. So let me take a picture of this so I remember. Baba's also a potential play here. Let's take a picture and send it to the chat. We already sent Unity. We sent SMCI. Yeah, we sent Unity already. SMCI, we sent a couple charts. Meta, we didn't send the chart, so let's send that right now, actually. Let's go ahead and change these colors. I'm trying to perfectly do it. Give me 1 second. Boom. And we gotta pick up the bottom one too. We both gotta pick them both up a little bit. Like that. Excellent. And then you grab all three. Boom, lay it down like a brick. Grab these. Lay it down like a brick. Boom. Everything looks nice now. And then let's go ahead and label all these points here. Let's actually make sure we correctly label it. So this one here and this one, we could honestly put these prices over here because they're more important. Which means, of course, same thing for this one and this one. And then same thing for the bottom. And then we're going to change these prices to a different color automatically, so we all know all together that this is all different. Purple points are going to be smaller points. Now we have all the points just like that. And then we could do 1/8 points, so we could have the 1/8 points like that. And then we can make those a different color as well. And then honestly, these are a little too big in terms of size, so I'm going to delete all these. And I'm going to make it a size smaller, just so it stands out as it being a smaller range. It only takes 2 seconds to copy and paste it, just like how you just saw me do it right there. And that's it. That's the current price action. That's all you have to do. For the future, I would say like this stuff up here is not necessary. When it becomes necessary, all you need to do is basically... Let me fix this box a little bit. All you really need to do is this right here. Take everything and just plop it right on top. Pretty much. That's all you got to do here, everybody. Put it into another group. Separate it. Let me select all this other stuff as well. Put into a group too. Make sure all this is nice and neat, right? There we go. So that's how we play meta all the way to 1100. We just literally did it within like, I don't know, 15-20 minutes, not that long. We did this one pretty quick. So this is your monthly range, and that is your next range to the bottom, all the way back down to 160. So now we could use this to day trade meta every single week. Alrighty. Is there anything else we could do here? Let's see. SPY's heading down a little bit lower. Equal reaction. How much are these options now? Okay. Trade. I'm trying to buy another one here. Damn, the price is running up again. You little sneaky shit. It did an equal reaction from the top to bottom. I'll show you what I mean right now. Look at this. So look at how far it went above the 1/8 point with this orange box, and then look what it did at the bottom. Pretty much the same thing. So now if it runs above here, you're going to shoot into this next high. All the way over here. They're just ragdolling people back and forth, back and forth. We almost caught him. We almost caught it. We were literally seconds away right there. That's all good. That's all fine, everybody. I'm about to buy more 0-day calls here. In case anybody wants to tag along with me. Just going to let this consolidate for a second here. So far, our 0 days today have been phenomenal. So I'm very happy with them. It's 225. If you run up to 638 here, those options are at $7. You'll go to 60. I want to see if we can get a 637 call. 637 call would be a little safer. But it looks like you might just start running here. Okay, so we're going to buy a second one there. At $6.39, I bought a $3 option. Just $3. This was the same one we went 100% on earlier. Same exact one. Are there any cheap Tesla scalp plays? Intel, there's definitely going to be a scalp play tomorrow. Tesla's fallen. Let's see here. Wait 1 second. Maybe we can get like a $15 Tesla play. Turn that into like 90. That'll be a nice one. The calls are still too expensive right now. So yeah, we gotta wait for at least Thursday. We're gonna have to wait for tomorrow. They're still a little too expensive for the Fridays. That's all good. Okay, everybody. So we got the meta play, which is basically it's gonna tag along with the spy play. So we're not gonna average down on meta today. We're gonna hold that to tomorrow and then see how it does. For Unity, we have the puts. For September, DJT, we have September calls. Meta short term. Spy short term. And we have something for spy. Oh no, we already sold those. We made our profit with that earlier. We still have the 650s, and then we still have the 644s. Which, let me see. Can I average down on these? Let me see. Not this instant. Oh my god. Why did it just want to just do that? Just hit me with a flashbang. Why does it do that? Yo. What's wrong with y'all? I'm scared to go look at another chart now. What if it does that shit again? Oh my god, it's gonna do it again, isn't it? Let's go with that. Let me see. This right here, we could delete this. Actually, no, let's leave it. Let's leave it, but then let's turn down the opacity a little lower than what it is right now. Quarter point, you hit this quarter point. So yeah, you're gonna hit the top point next. Get ready, everybody. It's about to be like a rocket ship. Let's see if we could turn that $3 into $30 each. That would be 1,000%, just like that. 1,000% play. What do you think, everybody? Of course, remember, 637 is safer. That's the play that I want to get. It's just I'm waiting for it to hit $15 each. And then let's just say SPY goes below. Let's go look at the other chart. Let's go find out where the boxes are. So once you go below 634.89, we can continue to play downside. So we'll play downside to probably 632.60, if not maybe down here to 629. Just so everybody could prepare themselves, just in case. Just in case, right? You always gotta, be careful. You always gotta have the other side planned. That's the downside, or at least the first bit of downside. So you could play for the halfway point first, 631. Or you could play for 626. Or 629, actually. That would be better, probably. So like right here. Or basically like somewhere around here, 631. Or you could just play from the 1/16th point, which is 634.86. This price right here. Below that, you could just play puts down to 633.12. That's a lot of capital right there. That's like $1.60, $1.70 you could claim. You would be up probably like 50-60% on the puts. So save some capital, everybody, just in case. Save some capital. And then for tomorrow, below 633, you want to play puts. Anywhere above 633, the first thing we're doing tomorrow is most likely going to be to play calls. Most likely. Anywhere above 633. You might just be a little annoying and open up really low. Just like Friday. Was it Friday? Or was it... No, it was Monday. No, Tuesday. No. Tuesday, yeah. Tuesday. You might just do that here. Like you open up, go against you, and then just go straight into the direction that we wanted to. So again, it goes against us, right? It goes down here. And then after it hits a lower low somewhere around here, it then starts springing right back up to the upside, potentially. So even though you are going to be playing puts here, we're still going to be keeping an eye on it. We're not going to, just let the trade just wither away into the wind, of course. But remember, we have an idea, and until the market proves otherwise, which it currently is proving that it's staircasing, as of right now. Like, for instance, if you just got below the 1/16th point, then okay. So, maybe we'll give this another 30 minutes. Maybe I might still do that. And once it does that, it's a whole different story. But until then, this looks like it's just going to hold here and take us into a new high. So, I'm going to play the more dangerous game, which is I'm going to wait for it to drop down lower, and then I'm going to get a call for a closer strike price. Until then, I'm just going to play the far strike prices. So, of course, if you're, listening to me from wherever you're listening to me from, the way you should buy your strike prices is how, everybody? 1 to 2 strikes closer than whatever I get. So always remember that. Always write that down somewhere. Because if you always get 1 to 2 strikes closer than me, your percentage is always generally going to be like 20 to 50% higher than mine. Always. So therefore, now you're making more money than me. The second you can actually do that. Of course, you can also get, 1 day out, 2 days out if you don't like playing 0 days. but you got to get comfortable with it. 0 days have their own, kind of thing to it, just like a 5 day does, and a yearly does, and a 1 month option does. Like when I'm buying a yearly option, you're usually just going to get like a 2x or a 3x. So that means you got to put at least like 20,000, 5,000, 10,000. If you're doing anything otherwise, it's just like, it's kind of no purpose, because you could just play a monthly or play a 5 day and get the same percent with less money. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So when you get a yearly option, it's because you see something so potentially good that you have to, by all means, have something on the board at all cost. For instance, for DJT, we have a $30 option and $35 option that's for 2 years out. So that's like a really good play because it's not that far away. The same thing for Target. We have a play for next year, and it's just for 130 as well as 115. So it's these plays that are really close to where you're at. You're not there yet, of course, but you'd most certainly ran up already $12. So it's not going to be that hard just to run another $8, and then boom. Now we're basically in the money. And it's across the board like that for every single stock. So as long as you actually chop up the stocks accurately every single time, without emotion, of course, just strictly to technicals, just like how I do it. Again, it took me years to get like this. You know how many times my chart would tell me buy puts or buy calls and I wouldn't listen to it? You know how many times I did that? And it was so annoying. Like, I would do that all the time. I wouldn't even listen to my own style that I created. That's how hard-headed I was. Until I just started, just listening to whatever the charts say. Whatever the boxes tell me, the 1/4 point is at, or the 1/8 point is at, and that's all I care about, honestly. And then you start looking at the monthly, yearly, just like how I did it on Meta, right? I showed you guys how to create the monthly one. And from that monthly one, then we created a 0-day strategy. So now, of course, I would then create a weekly one, and then an all-time one, and then merge all three of them, and then boom. Now I have a perfect way to trade Meta all the time. So SPY just ran to the 1/8 point perfectly here, as you all can see. It's just flipping and flopping around here. This thing got problems. Let's let it do its thing here. It looks like it has enough momentum to take us to the top. So if we hit 638, 639 here, these options are going to be from $3. They're going to go all the way up to $15 each. So that's going to be insane. So let's see, everybody. But remember, the one thing I always teach people is that every contract that I give you, usually every single time, maybe there was like one contract out of everything, or like maybe there was up to like 2 or 3, maybe, right? Let's just say, just to be realistic. But every single contract I've given everybody, no matter the time, has always given them at least 20 to 50%. You know what I mean? That's my favorite part, because they always had the opportunity to sell out and compound. That's all you gotta do, everybody. That's all you gotta do. Compound, compound. So again, SPY's slowing down here. Yeah, I wish everybody just saw what just happened to me. I was eating food and my chair went a little too far back and I wasn't expecting it to go that far back. And I just made the food explode everywhere. I just finished cleaning it up, unfortunately. It went everywhere. I was like slow motion trying to catch it all. Welcome, everybody. How are you, ladies and gentlemen, doing on this fine afternoon? Our options are up 12% here. From the bottom, they're up about 300%. From $3, they're at $10 each now. Fantastic job, everybody. And as you can see, you're kind of at the 637 area. So this was the first area that I was referring to. That's the first area I wanted you to run into. So if you get sold off now, it kind of makes sense. Just be careful. Very careful, everybody. Keep an eye on this one. And then the 635 puts, which is for how low? Right down here. So I would want to get at least a 636 put then. But they cost 22. So let's see if you're going to run up to the new high. I kind of really want to see if you're going to run up to a high. I think you are. It already has signs of you wanting to break above the purple line. How do I know? Because if you take the yellow line here, it hit the yellow, quarter point, full point. Now it's already making trends on the other direction, where it falls from the purple, midpoint, back to the purple, back to the yellow, completing the full point. So now you could fall down and basically, because here's kind of the quarter point, if you really look at it. You could fall down and hit the quarter point like after hours here. And then tomorrow just start accelerating once you get to like 639. You start shooting up into the stars. Or potentially you're just going to do it today. So either today or tomorrow. We got some cheap options. $3. They're already at $10 each. So let's see. You're like a quarter of the way there from being up 1,000%. It's all good. The way it exploded, though, y'all, I started laughing right after because I'm just like, oh. I had a feeling that was going to happen one day. That never happened to me. All right, let's see what's going on here. We did everything we needed to do earlier. Look at this animation. Look at this, everybody. I just saw this right now. See, this is like the type of stuff I want to have in my short, my show. But it's like writing about it and then creating it. I just remembered there was a character I was supposed to finish earlier. I didn't finish him, so I gotta finish that now before I forget again. But yeah, like this looks insane. Imagine this being like somewhere in the universe. Shit. It's a good storytelling right there. It's crazy what AI could do now. So many ideas you can get from it. Yeah, remember, always take profit. If you need profit, you take profit. Right now we're playing a little dicey because we have a lot of profit to work with. So we thought, you know what? $3 contract is not too bad. But if you got a couple of them, always take profit, of course. You might as well always claim it. Just in case. Alrighty. Let's see what our account is looking like now. Let me go ahead and make sure my Discord is updated with all the trades. Let's let SPY do its thing for a second here. Tesla's holding. Intel's holding. SPX fell to the level we wanted it to. Now you're running up here. Again, if this is going to hold, this is going to get very sharp. I'm just letting you know. You're going to go like right up to here. And maybe we get some downside for tomorrow, like in the morning. And then right back up for Friday. Because we have Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole. Let me see. When does it start? It starts tomorrow at 8 p.m. So the end of the day tomorrow. So tomorrow is not going to really get affected by it, besides like implied volatility, you could say. It's going to get a little wonky. But generally what's going to happen in the short term before the actual event, unless stuff gets leaked out, which sometimes it happens. But if everything comes out accordingly, you're going to get just increase in both sides in terms of the IV. So even if you have a call or if you have a put, generally both sides are going to increase at the same time to a certain degree, like around the opening price, you could say. And then as the open kicks in and the rest of the day starts to lose its momentum or it kind of evens out, then the contracts go back to their regular price. So yeah, but just don't play straddles. I don't like when people play straddles. Like when I'm playing a 1-day put and a 5-day call, yes, it is some type of a straddle, but it's not really a straddle. Because I'm playing for the short term to run up a little bit higher, or the short term to fall down a little bit lower, and then I'm playing for the weekly to run up higher. So it's kind of like a puzzle that I'm creating for myself to trade with. And when you do that, it has a lot of layers of support, like shields, you could say. So in case something happens, in the market and it's different or it's bad, like for instance, let's just say SPY starts to crash out the sky here. Well, if it starts to crash out the sky, once it gets below 634, we could play those puts that we talked about earlier. We haven't forgot about that, right? We planned it for a reason here. So as long as you can drop below this 1/8 point and you don't hold above it here, we could just play puts below here. We'll ignore all the consolidation price action and then just play for the bigger trends, because you already have a big trend from the top to bottom here. There is a new midpoint that you will now have to hit, everybody. I think I already drew it somewhere. Let me see where I drew it. Let's go find it. Did I draw it yet? I don't think I drew it yet. I had to have drawn it somewhere. Oh, this is it. Oh, no, not this one. The new one. Okay, so the new one would technically, ladies and gentlemen, it would be this one here. I'm going to have to go here. And go like this. And then we got to go here. Go like this. And take this. Bring it all the way down here. Same thing here. And then here. And then we still got to make it smaller. Let's put it like that. Grab these two and then just move it. Oh my god, that was quick. Alright, look. So click the top, click the bottom. That's the new trend right now. Whatever we just fell from top to bottom on the SPY, that is the new trend. So let's see. you fell from the midpoint. You basically fell from the bottom. You ran to the quarter point. You're hovering at the quarter point. We have a potential opportunity to run to the midpoint by the end of the day here, in which if you do so, by tomorrow you could probably drop below it a little bit and then potentially run above it. If not, they're just going to make you stay here, and then tomorrow you're just going to open up at the midpoint, then fall down to the quarter point, and then at the end of the day tomorrow we could buy calls for Friday for you to run up even higher. So again, you're either going to run up right now. That's what the trend looks like. You're going to run up, hit the midpoint, or you're going to fall down a little bit lower by tomorrow. Excellent, Sherman. You can post that in the Leap section whenever you get an opportunity. That's excellent, though. That's crazy. That's a really good play. I remember you bought at the bottom like a while ago. Look at that. That's some good profit right there. Yeah, it's all manual, you know? Completely. Which means if you don't consistently update your styles every week, you're going to get left behind. Because you need to have the last week's style. And basically, when I drew this from the top to bottom, what this allowed me to now do is now understand how the market's going to run up. You understand? Does that make sense? So from here to here, that's how the market's going to run back up. At midpoint, quarter points. Currently, you're at the bottom quarter point. You know, we averaged down enough today. We don't got to average down no more. If we open up at the midpoint tomorrow, we'll see how much the contracts cost. And then we'll see if the market's going to fall down potentially. We might have to average down again on them if we don't sell them out. But I think we might have to... I think we'll average down on them. Because what I'm thinking is it's going to be something like this, right? Tomorrow is probably going to run up here. Then it's going to fall down to here. Then we're going to average down here. And then it's just going to bounce instantly up to this one. Is what I'm thinking. Then we could tap out or potentially sell out there. I think we still have enough time. With the 2-day contracts, maybe not. But we have to see. I think we might have enough time here, everybody. This looks like really good support, you know? Like really, really good. Alrighty. So everything is explained. I think you guys know what we're trying to do here and what the idea is. This is currently the idea. If things go bad and things go against us, that's okay. We're just going to play puts below here, down to here, and then probably down to, you know, the midpoint, down to here, and then so on and so forth. That's why I have all this prepared, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, I got you now. Look at this. This is all prepared. I got this thing just waiting. I'm waiting for this thing to fall. I'm telling y'all. We're going to make so much capital from this. This should be able to help everybody out for at least the next 2 years, 3 years. as long as we could delicately play this next drop out the sky. Because then, once you finish dropping out the sky, guess where you're going to go? Quarter point, midpoint, quarter point. Come on now, everybody. That bounce right back up, even on the reversal. That's why I love big moves, because in the process of the big move, everybody's usually going all over the place and going crazy. But here's the thing, like, let's just say SPY just starts getting crazy and it starts running up to the new high, right? And it gets like all the way up here. And then it starts dropping down to here. Like at that point, if we open up and the market's right there, all I would do is just copy the previous box just like that. And I would simply tell everybody, it looks like you just fell from the midpoint. And now you're falling towards this point, but you're not hitting it. Almost the same distance as this point over here. So it looks like we could buy here. So we're going to buy here. And then you would play right back up. So it's kind of funny, but if you use charts from an older time and you use it going into the future here, and you literally specifically measure a range from the exact date that it occurred, which was from here to basically right here, look at how it actually matches up with the parallels. So like, for instance, this midpoint here and then this midline, it's kind of like perfectly matching up. And a little bit above it, it still kind of perfectly matches up. And then if you look at the next, major, what's it called, point up here, like let's just say you copy this and go above it like that. Again, at one point, it's going to be very close to this midpoint, just slightly higher than it. But by the time it actually runs up here, you would say that it's going to be probably by the 1/8 point, not the 1/4 point no more. So yeah, these ranges are just from previous times, and that's all we're looking at right now. That's why it works here. That's why you're holding here. And that's why if you hold here, I know for sure, you're going to have a very explosive trend taking us right back up to the top. Just like how you had that explosive trend taking us right back down where we sold our contracts here. Back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. So this morning, no, yeah, I wasn't trading this morning. If we were trading, we would have definitely caught the puts, because last night I told everybody, the second you go below 638, we're just going to play puts to 635. And then if you go below 635, we're going to play puts to 633. And I even wrote it on one of the charts where I sent it into the Discord, which was this chart right here. Let me show you. So this was the chart that I sent everybody on Discord. Puts below 637.65 for a drop to 633.40. And then that's basically right here. Right about there. And then after you hit that drop, I told everybody average down. And then we got into 0-day calls. And then we sold those calls like right here for like 200%. And then right now we're still holding some extra calls for 639. Which potentially might come into play here. We just got to give it a second. See if the market's going to run up to that high, right? Just give it a second, ladies and gentlemen. We might have some more opportunities here. It's 309. Come on, SPY. Just do an end of the day move. Because if it pops up to the top, think about it, everybody. It's going to be more confusing for everybody. Like if you just run right back up to the top and then Jackson Hole is about to start at the end of the day, everybody's going to be like, oh my God, what is going to happen? You had a high. You broke out to a low. Now you're at the midpoint. But for us, it would be perfect. Thumbs up. Because we're playing from the bottom to the midpoint. So once it actually hits the midpoint, this is going to be insanity. Come on, SPY. 639, hit 640 at least. Like 640.30. 640.30, these contracts would be costing around... Let me see. So if we hit 639... 40. If we hit 640 40, these contracts are going to be worth $60. So we're going to take it from $3 to $60, which would be 2,000%. That's the type of profit that's on the table right now if we run up here. You're at $12 each contract. So again, that's $3 to $12 each, everybody. $3 to $12 each. Come on now. That's beautiful. Take a nice little picture. frame it up on the wall. Spy, you know you want to pop. There you go. Pop and lock, Spy. We're up 60% instantly right there with the other plays from earlier today. This account went from $15 right back up to 43. Oh man. Keep it going, Spy. Keep it going. Don't stop. Don't stop. Do you get it up? Isn't that a song or something? I swear that's a song. We're up 90% here, everybody. 90%, ladies and gentlemen. We're at $50 already with this account from $15. Let's see if we could take this account to $150. Let's do it. We're up 120% now. Go, 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 go. Take pictures. It's like paparazzi. You gotta you gotta run around the flashing lights. I'm telling you, you got this. Come on. 120% right there. Remember, move your stop losses up just in case. It looks like it's losing some value here. Oh, right back up. $150%. 200%. Go, 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 go. We're going to start selling some right here at 200%. I sold one right there, everybody. At 200% here. I'm going to sell the next one at, I'm feeling, what am I feeling? We could sell this one for maybe 1,000%. See if we could sell it for $30, $40. Just in case. But just be careful, you know? Put your stop losses up. Don't play with the price action. Don't play with fire. You will get burned. I got burned a lot of times. There we go, everybody. 539 strike prices. Went from $3 to $26. That was 900% right there. Congratulations to those of you who bought into it. Phenomenal job. Absolutely phenomenal. It looks like Spy's still running up here. Take your time. Make sure you get out your contracts before the bus leaves the station. The next thing we're looking for again is a new high, 640.30. So that's when I'm going to sell the last contract, the last 0 day. Until then, I'm just going to take a loss. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Actually, what time is it? 3:14. We could play for another move here before that drop actually happens. I'm looking at the puts right now. I'm scanning them. Calls are still holding their value right now, but I'm scanning the puts just in case. Looks like we're weakening a tiny bit here. I almost just broke my back. This damn chair keeps snapping. Why does this chair keep snapping back? Ah. My back. Ah. Drop. Let's put some music on. This is getting exciting here. Again, everybody, look at the SPY. Absolutely phenomenal. Like a meteor right now. If this thing keeps shooting up here, again, we're going to be instantly in the money within a couple minutes here, potentially. On our other account, we're massively up right now. This is insane. We're already at $400. We went from 200 to 400, just like that. Okay, looks like we're selling off here. Let's check what reversal point we're on real quick. Give me my answers. We're at 1.5, everybody, which means we could still run up to number 1 here. You just hit the 200 moving average. I just realized. So if you get above it, let me see. Are you going to get above it? Are you going to give us that blessing, Spy? We might have to tap out because of the 200 moving average here. If not, buy back into another play. We have some extra capital now. All right, everybody. While I wait for this call, I'm going to fix the rest of my plays on Discord. Remember, everybody, take your percentages, please. Who knows? This could be your entrance fee to the community. Take your time, though. On a serious note, you need to make sure that you establish some type of repetition where it's like you're always making money all the time. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about it. You're not fearing it. You're not worried about it. As long as you know you do the research and you do the right charting, you know you're going to smash it out the park. Just like how we did it today, you know? You could do the same way. It doesn't take a genius to do this. It just takes a couple years of practice. But since I'm directly telling you what to do exactly how I do it, which in most cases is kind of like the safest way, because I don't like losing money, I'll be honest. Unless I'm testing something, like a new idea. But you could tell I'm testing a new idea because it's just like for instance, imagine right now, we tell everybody to, but then again, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Because you're at the 200 moving average, that is. So, because you're at the 200, it's not a terrible idea, I guess, regardless of what I say. Because you haven't been here all day, if you really think about it. But logically, you could just be like, you know what? Everybody get like a $600 put, you know, for a week out. Like, that could work. You could slam out the sky right now. But at the same time, the thing that I told everybody earlier that I wanted you to prepare for was this market looks like it's just going to speed up to the top, you know? It looks like you're just going to run to a crazy new high. You're going to run to maybe like 654, 651. And then once you run to those highs, boom. I'm thinking we're then going to potentially start doing something crazy, you know, crazy and wonky. Again, once we hit 654, 656, then we're going to start going a little wild. At that point, it's anybody's game. We're going to have to do a lot of charting. I think I'm prepared for it, honestly. I think all my charts, they're already ready for that level. Like if I go to these charts right here, if I scroll up real quick, like I got the 650s ready. I got these ready. This one, I just got to copy it, I guess. This one, look how good this looks, 1/16th point. So everybody, you're at the 1/16th point right now, actually. Make sure you recognize that. That's the reason why you're slowing down a little bit here. So if you want, put your stop losses just in case you fall right back down to the 1/8 point. It can't happen, you know? And then what we could do is when you fall to the 1/8 point, if it happens in the next 10 minutes, real quick, we could buy another call. That's what we're going to do here. So if it happens in the next 10 minutes, we're just going to buy a new call, a different one, closer strike price, and see if we could play this additional little jump into the sky here. If not, we're just going to hold the first one still. Remember, we're holding it. All patience. We're not worried. If it falls, it falls. Listen, if it falls, we lose $20. That's it. The other option already paid for it. We started with 15. We have 20. So that's okay. We got 200% gain, but most of the loss wiped it out. That's okay. If you don't have profit now, you don't do what I'm doing. If you have no profit and this is your first safety net, you have to sell at 100 to 200%. You should already be out by like 50%, honestly, if I'm being real. If you're holding for anything more than 50 to 100%, right there, you got to tell yourself, I'm being selfish. This is not right because it's not the time for me to make this much money. Because if I make too much, I'm just going to blow it. That's what's going to happen. You know, it happens to everybody. So you want to steadily kind of control your progress here. Don't rush it. Take it nice and slow. Just actually see what you're doing every day and how you can make it, you know, consistent. Just like how we do for the last 3 years. Sometimes it wasn't consistent, you know. Like I used to just be consistent like every 2 weeks. And then like for like a week and a half, I would not be consistent. And then I would keep doing work, and then all of a sudden again, 2 weeks in a row, I'm like consistent again. So that's how it was for me like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And then the more I did it, I just became more consistent, honestly, with SPY. I just stuck to trading SPY, honestly. And then when you get really good with one company, you're able to trade the whole entire stock market pretty much. Especially when it's SPY, you know? So that's the perk of trading SPY, I guess. Alright, everybody. It looks like SPY is having a little battle here. It's playing a little tug of war. Remember, don't get impatient. Don't get angry. Don't be like, ah. You know what I mean? You bought 10 of them? You lunatic. So you just turned $30 into $300 is what you're telling me. There's no way. You got to send that to me. I want to see it. That's beautiful. Not because I don't believe you, but because that is absolutely out of this world. That's the reason why I do this. So if you guys want, you can follow me on Twitter and send me the pictures there. And I'll post it into the community. We should have like a little community episode every single day, like 5, 10, 20 minutes. Where everybody just posts their trades. Spy, what you gonna do, huh? I'm ready for you. We're ready for you. We're all patient. We're not gonna rush. That's not the type of traders we are. That's not how I taught you guys. Come on now. This is the best of the best. Best trading group in the whole world. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee that. 230% now, everybody. Beautiful. Absolutely marvelous. I'm going to go ahead and sell out of the last play here. 276%. 280%. 312%. 364%. All right, I'm gone, everybody. I'm gone. Bye-bye. Basically 360%, 380% right there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use that same capital, and guess what? You won't believe it. You won't believe it. Look at the puts instantly, everybody. Puts. 0-day puts. Look at it right now. The puts that we're going to buy are 637s. Buy it right now. Instantly market fill. Just buy one. Don't buy multiple, please. Just buy one. Puts, everybody. Excellent. 400% right there. That's the highest gain we got this week so far. 360, sorry. You know how crazy that is? That they went from $3 to that price? Anyways, we got some puts now. Our other account is up a significant amount. The 650 calls were up a pretty good amount as well. Meta. Oh, I forgot to post the trades. Sumumu. Oh no. Oh no. I'm posting the trades right now, everybody. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to take my time with this. I'm going to post a link in case you guys want to post your trades and attach it to my my community on Moomoo. We're up 30% on the puts already. Excellent, everybody. Look at that. Playing it like a ping pong match. Nobody does it better. I'm telling you. What did I just say a couple minutes ago? Nobody does it better. I wasn't being rude or disrespectful. It's just nobody puts the same amount of time we do. Point blank. That's it. End of discussion. We were here till like 5 a.m. the other night. You know what's crazy? I didn't sleep till 6 a.m. last night because I was fixing up everything. I literally could not sleep. We're up 50%, by the way. You can put your stop losses now. We're about to play calls going right back up here. My stop loss is at 35% here. I might move it up a little bit more. I'm going to move it up a little bit more, actually. Oh, never mind. I got filled. I'm looking at calls again here. Looks like you might hold. 639s are $18. I'm buying one right here. I got filled at market price. Sending it into the Discord. Give me 1 moment. We bought in at 19. Currently it's at $15 each. I want to sell each of these for $20 again. Or not for 20, for 40. If it falls below the 200, it might be game over. It might just be falling below it to hit the 8-day EMA to continue the trend. So for now, we'll just give it a second. We believe. We have faith. We have faith in the great market gods. Look at that, everybody. Up 10% already. There we go. To those of you who got in at $15, you should be up already 20 to 30%. Put your stops just in case. Remember, you're playing ping pong right now. That's the name of the game right now. So it might ping pong into the wrong direction. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Just use a very small amount of capital. I'm going to put my limits to sell this thing at $60. So again, everybody, I'm going to put my limit automatically right now to sell this at $60 from $19. So I'm going to be up 300%, 2 to 300% if this continues to run up here, which I think it will. It looks like it's going to hold on the 200. The downside wasn't really that good, honestly. It was good. It was 50%. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's good. But it should have been like 100. 120%. So we'll see if you're still going to fall down to the 8-day EMA, or we could possibly buy another one, because we bought one at 19. So we could possibly buy one at like maybe 5 or 6 if the prices drop down low enough. We got to average down wisely, and we got to play the calls wisely. That's the name of the game, everybody. Let's do this. So again, you hit number 1, then you fell down to 1.5. You might fall down to number 2 here. You're kind of falling down near 1.5 here, so it might get dangerous. But if you hold, you're going to bounce up to the other number 1, which is going to put us 70 cents in the money. So at that point, contracts would be worth around $50 to $60. So we might just cancel the order and then just market fill. Once you get to like $40, we're going to probably market fill. Again, everybody, you no longer can buy options. It's now 3:30, so now the move should occur. Just give it some give it some time. That's correct. 6:39, 0 days. 6:39. We're just waiting for the market to hit 6:30, and then once it hits 6:30, people can no longer buy 0 days, so the move tends to occur after that. For some reason, I don't know why they do that to people, but they're messed up, you know. That's just how they are. The big money. Or their computers are programmed that way. Maybe it's just like that. Maybe it's not even dumb. Go, 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 go. 20% everybody. 30% again. We're blasting off into the stars already. If you want, you could just tap out right now. I might just sell out right now. Honestly. Yeah, we could just sell out right now. Just in case. Currently contracts are, what are they right now? They dropped down from 30% right there, 35%. Now they're going up again. So now we could sell out. Oh wait, I gotta cancel this first. Whoops. Then let's go to here. Let's click this. Click. Click, click, click. And then I'm taking my time so it goes up. Wink, wink. You guys know what I'm doing. That's so hilarious. Alright, we sold it just in case. We're not playing with you, Spy. Can we buy another one here? We might be able to buy another one because it's Weeble. Let me see. Where are we right now? How much are the puts? I'm about to play this like ping pong. Let's see. This is $22. That went to $40. Let's play a 638 put here. I just bought into it. 638 put. $638 0-day put, everybody. We're going to play for this to drop a little bit below the 200 and hit the 8-day EMA. So we'll see if it's going to occur now, or if not, go up a little bit higher and then, you know, make it occur after. This is technically a free contract. So again, it's a little pricey because it's $22. However, we wanted to get something that was directly next to being in the money so that any type of move to the downside is a move that would yield some good profit. If you still have calls and you're still waiting for more upside, again, it's a really good idea. I still think it's going to happen as well. Just wait for the market to get above 638.94, and then you can get more upside. 638.94, that's what's holding you back right now for more upside. For those of you who are still playing calls, I still have the puts right now. They fell from 22 to 17 right now. So again, for those of you who are holding the calls, because it could still go up. It's just right now I'm thinking, my gut is telling me it's going to hit the 8-day. It's just, it could occur in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you know. I'm just in right now. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what I call trading like you're an animal. It's like you're in the middle of a wild safari and there's a bunch of lions around you and everything is attacking you. You have hyenas, you got the lions, you got the jaguars. Wait, do jaguars and lions tend to be in the same environment? I don't know. Probably, maybe, most likely. I don't know. But you got the crocodiles. You got the, what's that little thing that's like, it be messing up lions. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That little animal. I forgot what it's called. It's like it's immune to all poison. Honey badger. There you go. The honey badgers. It's like everything's all around you, right? Rattlesnakes, poisonous bugs, poisonous trees and food, and literally, you're with just that information, you're just in the wild trying to survive. So it's like the way the mind works in terms of like the human mind, the human brain, like when you put yourself to the test, I'm telling you, it tends to always for some reason work out. Like the first time, of course, maybe not. Second time, maybe not. But then you're going to start noticing that in some cases it starts working out. And then it starts working out more and more and more until it gets to a situation where it's like repetitively happening all the time in different fashions, different ways, to different extents, of course. And it's one of my favorite parts about trading, you know, because it's like you're always being put to the test. Sometimes you're proven wrong, sometimes you're proven right. Like right now, the 0-day option went from 22 to 15 so far. Right? So far we're being proven wrong, is what I'm trying to say. We have a cheaper option. It's more sturdy. However, we're still being put to the test. It still might work out. We're not going to average down yet. The only time that I average down on the option at the end of the day is if it goes from $20 to like $5 or $4. That's the only time, because then I could just sell it for like 8 or 10 at break even. Other than that, I don't mess with like nothing, you know, extreme and crazy and chaotic. That's why now we're just messing with the $20 options instead of $5 or $3, because it's like right there next to being in the money. There we go, everybody. Beautiful gains today. Absolutely phenomenal gains. If this last one can go our way, this thing should be worth, honestly, $40 to $60 potentially here. The same amount that we wanted the other option to be worth. This 638 option should go up to that price. Do your worst, SPY. We're making money both ways on you. Our option is right back to break even, by the way. So for those of you who bought it at the cheap price, you're actually up again. Oh my god. This is mind-boggling. As you all can see. It's pretty crazy. Just with like a little flicker, one candlestick is, you know, 20%, 30%. Especially towards the end of the day. After 345, I no longer could buy. So at that point, I think that's truly when the market's going to start making the last move. So I'm still thinking it's going to be upside, but let's see if you're going to have just a tiny bit of downside. If this could literally fall down here within the next 4 minutes and we could buy a call going right back up, this would be so amazing, everybody. I'm telling you, this would be amazing. This would literally be one of the best days we've ever had, where every direction was literally like 100 to 500%. You know? Keep it going, SPY. There we go. Now we're profitable. %. Just a mere little 2% gain. Now we're down 13%. Let's give it some time here, everybody. Don't rush it. Remember, patience. Patience. Let's go ahead and go to the reversal points, and let me go ahead and add my CS zones so you all could trade with them. This is one of the best short-term price action signals to ever use, to ever hit the world. I might even say so myself. And right now you're at the bottom of it. So you might drop to the, you know, beneath it again, but you're already inside of it. So you might just accelerate to the top here. You might just get sent up all the way up to 639 here. So be very careful. If you get sent up, we could play puts once you get up here. But at that point, again, we don't have any calls, so we're not going to get rewarded. So yeah, we're just trying to see if basically this is reversal point number 1 that you're staying beneath. We'll see if you hit it again. You're at the bottom of it. You might still hit the 8-day EMA here. You still haven't hit it yet. You hit the 200 for sure. So if you hit the 8-day EMA, you might even go beneath it because you already hit the 200. Or you might just get stuck at it. like at the 200 and the 8 day at the same time again. So in terms of short-term price action, it's not looking too hot for the downside here still. We'll give it some time. We'll see if this next candle can make you drop below the CS zone. Because if you drop below it, the next CS zone basically is from right here. From right here all the way to here. It's a much bigger zone, so we'll see. Maybe it might respond to this one first. If it does, you're going to get dropped right back down to here, which is 636.93. 636.93. Come on, we got 3 minutes left. Choose a direction. So remember, short term, I want downside. Long term, like tomorrow and the next couple of days, I want upside. Upside, everybody. We're back down to $14 each, everybody. $636 still looks really good. $636.90. So if we fall to $636.90, again, we're going to be $2 in the money at that point because we got a $638. That would be one move, two moves. That's 1, 2. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be that much, but that'll be a little stupid. It says the contract would be worth like 140. So if we fall down to 636.90, apparently these contracts would go up to 60 to 140 for the 538s, which is kind of ridiculous. So we'll see if they want downside. And then maybe in the last 15 minutes, like right before the close, they send it right back up again. Like as soon as it closes. They might choose downside. I'm not too sure here, yeah. So this is the only two directions they're going to do. This is the only two things that could possibly happen on the short term. You're either going to run up to the top here, fall down to the mid, and then run up higher. Or, because this is the first time you hit the 200 moving average, and this is like the first trend, you could say, of you hitting it, you might just come right back below it and hit this point right here in the middle, which is 636.85, 636.90. So there's two areas you're going to potentially go to next by the close. Of course, the top one is closer, so it's more easier. It's also going along with our idea for the rest of the contracts for like the 5 days, for the 6-day contracts we're still holding. But for the short term, like for the $20 contract, which is now at $12, I don't think we can buy no more. Yeah, it's all good. We'll leave it at 1. So right now it's at $12. If you run up to the top here, it's probably going to be worth like 5. It's already too late to average down now, so we'll have to get like a 1-day contract if we want to average down or buy puts. But it's all good. Listen, we got calls across the other accounts, so it's already paying this off. That account's already at 420 now. This morning we were at 160 on it. So by tomorrow, we should logically be up around like 40%, 50%. Let me check the weekly boxes again. Give me 1 second. Weekly boxes tell me that. Yeah, 640 is right here at the top. Right here is here. Okay, so then where is the new box? This is the new box right there. No, that's the new downtrend. Oh, no, you hit the middle of it. So, yeah, so this is the 1/4 point. Yeah, you could still literally open up at the 1/4 point and then drop down a little bit lower tomorrow. So yeah, we have insurance on insurance on insurance, everybody. Doesn't matter which way this market goes. Short term, we win. Long term, we'll potentially win. We gotta wait for tomorrow. I might take some capital out right now and sell one of these contracts just in case for 644, just due to the fact that it is for 822. So I'd rather just buy another contract tomorrow or average down on them. And then we're going to hold one of them because now we're basically right at break even. So again, we're going to get rid of one of these contracts so we have more capital to use. Instead of just $40 tomorrow, now we're going to have around 120. So it just helps out a little bit more. All right, everybody, let's give this a second now. We're still holding the 0-day puts here for 638. We're currently still at 638, so they're already in the money. It's just, well, they're not in the money yet. They're technically out the money, but we're at the front door. So once we actually get to 637, now this is going to be in the money technically. Technically. Good job, everybody. Absolutely amazing job today. Let me tell y'all. You guys have been smashing it out the park every single step of the way. It's insane. Oh, I forgot to post the trades on Moo again. Oh, shit. Go, 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 go. I got to post it on Patreon as well, but I think everybody that's part of the Discord is part of the Patreon, obviously. So they probably already saw it. Because you're at 638 right now. I still think you can go much higher. Yeah, you're not even that high, honestly. You could literally just run right back into 641 easy. Real nice and easy, everybody. Real nice and easy. I think we might get another Intel option. Let's look at Intel real quick. Wait a second. I'm supposed to post the SPY trades. Give me 1 second. SPY's running up here, by the way, everybody. SPY's still running up here. Those SPY calls from earlier that were $30 are at $200 each right now. That is crazy. Looks like you're tanking here. Okay, so let me make sure I posted everything. Let me go to my Discord on my computer here. All right. And then let me go to Silo Trades. Let's see. There was so many trades we got into. Oh my god, this is going to give me a headache posting this after. See, this is one of the things I hate. I wish I had somebody that was just next to me posting it. Let me see. Unity 27. New trade 30 days out. So 627. $27 put for Unity. Oh yeah, so that was Unity. Wait, let me fix this. This is not fixed. Okay, so we did this morning's trade, new Intel trade. I gotta copy this right here. The links for the YouTube stuff. Okay. All right. I'm staring at my Weeble. Waiting for this put to come back into value potentially. If it comes back into value, like I said, I'm selling it for $40 to $60. I might sell it for break even as well. It just depends on what level you're at. So like, let's just say you fall flat down on the 1/8 point. That's where I think you're gonna fall right now. Is at least to the 1/8 point. First, of course, 637.50, but then straight down to here, the 1/8 point. So we're gonna be like 50 cents in the money here, which means, technically speaking, these contracts should be worth. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is $70 is the next price. So I don't know. This is gonna be worth a crazy amount here. Potentially like $40 to $80 from like $10. 800%. Right now you're holding on the 1/16th point. So this is good news for the bullish side, right? Let me keep fixing this real quick. Okay, so new Unity trade. Reason for the trade. Insurance. To continue to play the downside. Insurance. Okay, that's good. Good. That's okay. So we're done with that. We could post that on Moomoo. Let's go ahead and post it right now. Did I send the Unity charts as well? I think I sent the Unity charts, right? Or am I bugging? Let me see. I could have sworn I sent Unity charts. Oh, you know what I did? I probably sent it to the voice chat. Yeah, I did. Okay, so let me look at the voice chat. All hands on deck. Go, 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 go. We're in the last 5 minutes of the day. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Copy this, paste this in the title, post. Paste. There you go. Boom. Boom. Oh, wait, we already sold Unity. Oh, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. What am I saying? What am I saying? I was about to say. We did not sell that yet. We bought that today. What trade was that? That was trade number... Oh, Lord. Go, 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 go. Let me see. I gotta get it in order. So that was one. That was trade number 1. That was trade number 2. Intel was trade number 3. Unity was trade number 4. Trade number 4. August. What's today's date? August what? 20th. Shit, did I put the wrong date? Ah. There's shit everywhere. So for Unity, how much did I pay for it? That's Meta. I forgot we got Meta too. I think this is Unity. Yeah, we paid $20. And then these are the Unity charts. Excellent. Very nice. And then, oh yeah, I gotta take this out. That's not. We gotta put $, and then we gotta put Unity. Boom. Okay, save. Post. Excellent. Looks like our trade is coming back into play here, everybody. Give me my money. Give me my money back. You little shit. Give it back to me. Fall down to 636, please. Elevator straight down. Sorry, everybody. Am I getting a little annoying? I'm just having some fun. I'm getting real tired. I've been staring at these damn charts all day. I'm starting to hallucinate a little bit. Come on, we're in the money now. Go, 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 go. All you gotta do is fall a couple more cents and boom. It's game over. If this works out too, that's literally every single play was perfect today. Alright, looks like you're getting bought up. Excuse me, spy. Whiplashing around like that. So in terms of the reversal points, you did hit number 1. Now you're falling down to 1.5. So let's just see if again you're going to fall down to where my pink circle is. I mean pink arrow. For the downside, right? Which is right down here. This is where I want you to fall. Just due to price action with the CS zones, they usually teach you and show you where to buy and sell. So oftentimes it tells you like the hidden areas where the market kind of wants to go to. That usually like you're not going to really be aware of. And I remember when I was first using this trading style, I was so confused because I was like, how is this beating my other trading styles? It's so simple. It's just like, it made me a little angry, I'm not going to lie. So again, now we're in the money. Look at that, up 15% already. Look at that, everybody. You can put your stop losses here, just in case. I sold out for 40% right there, everybody. Excellent. Nice. Every trade worked out. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I called a nice little day right there. Can we buy anything else? I'm hungry now. What else can we buy? What else can I get my hands on? Sorry, everybody. I wasn't able to read the YouTube. So you said, boom, you're out for the day. Absolutely excellent. Excellent, Bard. That's what I'm talking about. Is that Bard? Let me see. Our band? Bard? No, yeah, Bard. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent, Louis. That's what I'm talking about. Meta up 10%. There we go. Let's go ahead and post all of these other trades as well. We've been absolutely dismantling this market. You know what's the craziest part, everybody? I don't mean to, be overconfident or be cocky, but you're not even seeing me at my best. Like, this is like trading, just slow moves, really. It's nothing quick. When we're moving $20 in a day and we're moving, snapping 5 here, snapping 4 here, snapping 3 there, that's where you really see us, like, really shine. Because that's when we get 100, 300% every trade. Today, it wasn't that bad. It was like 100 to, like, 50%. Some were 300, 400%. Some were even 1,000. But for the most part, it was a little bit lower. Not bad, though. Not bad at all. And you guys, remember, could do the same thing. I don't mean to be unhumble in any way. I feel like God has given me this gift because I want to just teach people how to do the same thing I could do. Or what I could do. Whatever. I want to teach people how to do exactly what I could do the same way I do it. Because I'm not better than nobody. We're all, here for nothing but greatness. It's just everybody tastes it a little bit differently. And everybody's journey is a little bit differently. But At the end of the day, if I could be here as a way for you to be open to a new perspective with this market where it takes you and everybody else around you to the next level, I'm happy. Because remember, the first second you see me trade, that's it. You're captivated. Not because I'm trying to, you know, put a spell on you or something, but because the way that we go about trading and looking at things is absolutely different. Nothing in the world comes close to it, really. And I put a lot of time into this. I'm telling you, I put everything into becoming the best at this so that I could teach you how to become the best, if not better than me. And it worked. It truly worked. The universe gave me what I wanted. So now, everybody, I guess this is where the next chapter begins, right? This is where the next show will begin. Make sure you're ready. Make sure you got your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, right? It's going to get a little rocky on this ride. So yeah, I have about 40 accounts in total. That's how many accounts I trade from. No, yeah. The market will always make you second guess yourself. You said nobody would thought it would reverse this quickly, and I never had a second I never had a doubt. That's what I'm saying. I don't doubt myself. That's why I love it. That's what I'm talking about in terms of it being almost something like you're in the wild. It's almost like I'm in the wild. Like I could let my gut just decide what's the best course of action. Like, should I hang on that branch? What if this animal is chasing me? Like, what should I do? Should I eat this? Like, I'm starving. I'm thirsty. Should I keep chasing this one prey? You know what I mean? Like, what should I do in this moment? What's the best possible decision? And over time, it's like you consistently keep making the best possible decision. Even if you make a bad decision at one point, like you guys saw that, my options dropped to like $10, $15 from 22. But then they snapped right back up to 40. I love it. So yeah, it's stuff like this. This is what makes me excited every single day. So I hope you all understand. It's very fun for me, you know. So make sure you're also having some fun here. Never be stressed out. If you're stressed, I understand. You know, that's what the world normally does. It's just make you stress, and it takes you away from this amazingness. Like, you know what I started seeing? Whenever people would stop working their jobs and they would try to trade and only trade, you know, because they were good at it or they had like a certain edge, very quickly within a week to a month, they would start working again or have to look for another job because they blew through their capital because they were, you know, literally being so aggressive. So it's like some people, depending on their psychological state of mind, it changes the trades. Like, for instance, the last 3 months, you know, we all know how good we trade here, right? Not just saying me, but we all know how good we trade here with these styles. We all know how amazing it is. At least if you've never seen me before, now you're kind of welcome to, yeah, I've been doing this for the past year and a half, 2 years, just like this. Like, we've been chopping it up. Not as good as now. Like, now it's absolute precision. Like, it's like you're shooting something from like a million miles away and you're perfectly hitting the target on the bullseye every time. That's how it is now, at least. That's what it feels like. Like, last year, it still, like, we knew where the market could go. Like, we knew about these reversal points and stuff like that. Like, the fact that it likes reversing at number 4 or 5 or number 7 and 8. It usually reverses there. So when you fall straight to these levels, we tend to automatically buy the calls to average down. And it's kind of like perfect timing, you know? No, yeah, the market, even me as well. Like, sometimes it tricks me and I'm just like, you know what? Spy, do your thing. If you do it, you do it. I know what you could do. I know what you might not do. Yes, the people on YouTube or my Discord might not believe me. But at the end of the day, I know what's possible next. You know, like, what can happen next? It's either this or this. It's either a little bit more upside and then you snap, a little bit more downside, then you snap up, or you just fall and knife right away, right now, where you're currently at, or you just start running up where you're currently at. So it's either you run up right now, up and down, or you run up in a couple minutes, a little bit higher, then snap down, fall down a little bit, then snap up, or you just continue to run up all day, and then tomorrow you snap down, and we have some nice put plays. And since today we had really nice call plays towards the end of the day, what I would say is tomorrow morning, just off of this price action, if we're below the 200, we're going to get 0-day calls. If we're above the 200, I want you to play 0-day puts on top of the 200, because I'm thinking we're going to gap up. So if we gap up, we're probably going to sell the other calls that we got for 5 days and 3 days out. We got those things in our backpack right now. And then after that, we're going to buy some puts tomorrow, play it to the 200, sell at the 200, buy some more calls a little bit beneath the 200 again, if not at the 200, and then sell it on Friday morning. We'll probably get some like 2 days or 3 day contracts. Very cheap, of course. Excellent. I was gonna write in the comments here. Someone said this is insane, and I was gonna say I was training years in the mountains for this. I don't know, something stupid. That's what it felt like, honestly. Like I was just in the wild, just training for this. And then like now I'm back in like civilization, having to like readapt to stuff. Alrighty, everybody. So how do you like that show? You said you're new. This is your first week rocking with you. Thank you. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you really enjoy it. Hope this is your new home. Is that the right way to say it? Oh no, yeah, 100%. Like I told you all, I will be up live 24/7 just to show you guys that it doesn't matter how much money I make while trading. It doesn't matter how much money I make while teaching. My core philosophy is to teach the most amount of people in the world. I want to teach at least 1 million students by the time I die. And in order for me to get there, I'm going to have a lot of sleepless nights for now, but it's going to be worth it. It's gonna be worth it. I'd rather do that and then not regret it when I'm older, you know? I love attaching myself to something that's important, you know, something that has meaning. Because when you're just making money, there's no meaning to it. It's just like whatever. But when there's a crowd around you and there's everybody's watching and everybody's winning here and everybody's winning there, it's just like, it feels like, you know what I mean? Like it's like a parade. That's how I feel when I'm in the zone trading with everybody. Like earlier today, that's what it felt like right there. It felt like we were in like a crazy crowd. Everybody was having fun. Everybody was screaming. Nah, yeah, that's how it feels. You know what I mean? That's how I like to feel. That's how every day should feel. No matter who you are, every day should feel like it's greatness. No day should feel like it's boring and dead. And that's why I trade so many companies, because if SPY is boring and it's not doing much, don't even worry about it. We got another 500 names that we did. We could just look at one of those. Just like Meta, Unity, you know, DJT. Like there's so many play. I don't even like thinking about it, honestly. Like when people ask me how many contracts I have, honestly, I don't even know. I gotta look at these apps. I don't try to remember that because it's kind of like it wastes unnecessary brain space, you could say. But yeah, like tonight we're probably gonna stay up another 12 hours. Honestly, right now I am gonna take a little break because I was sitting in a chair all day and I started noticing at like 4 a.m., 3 a.m. like my back started feeling a little weird. Like I never felt like that. It felt like when I used to pick up furniture at my old job. So I was like, nah, yeah. Let me just take a little break here. Let me walk around. So I'm probably gonna walk around right now for like a couple miles, probably like 1 to 5 miles. Take like 40 minutes, an hour, and then once I come back, we'll just start chopping up the charts again. I'll message you guys wherever you guys know how to find me. You guys found me somehow. So wherever you have my social media, I'll message it there, and I'll tell everybody when I'm back, and then we'll go from there. Prime, while I'm taking this little break, would you like to have a one-on-one with me? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, you could play the live back. I'm sorry the lives are so long, you know. I'm going to start trying to see if I can cut them up. It's just I don't want to keep cutting it and making people stop watching, and then now they got to go find the next video, and then, you know, I'm not trying to make people do too much work. But we could have, like, at the end of the day, what I want to do is have, like, a little recap of that day. And it's a little annoying because, you know, every day we trade 5 to, like, 15 times, so by the time it hits Friday, we got like 60 trades to review. So it gets a little crazy, yeah. So I think we should start doing it every single day for like 5-10 minutes so we don't have to do so much on Friday. Not yet, like put together furniture, move furniture. I did that from being 11 all the way to 18 years old. So from 11 all the way to 18, I would put together furniture, like bedroom sets, 5-drawer chests, TV stands, glass TV stands, 3-door chest, 2-door chest, pretty much everything. Queen size, you know, box springs, mattresses, different types of mattresses. I started learning like the different types of mattresses and shit like that. I mean, it's useful now because I guess I know, but it's also useful to learn how to build stuff. Like I like building stuff. Like I'll build like a whole 3D model of like a building out of like wood or like a cardboard. I used to do that as well. That's actually why I want to get like a wood cutting machine. But yeah, when I move out, got to get a crib first for that. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. But yeah, everybody, so I'm gonna catch you on a little bit. I really appreciate y'all being here. I really appreciate y'all listening to me. Remember, just to put things into perspective. I mean, obviously, I'm not a child, but you know, I'm 24 years old, right? And many individuals are a little older than me. So the fact that you are listening to my guidance and taking it in and then using it to help yourself and benefit, and you're changing your own life, regardless of my age, you know, I appreciate that. That enough is a big thing for me, because my whole life nobody has ever done that, especially grown-ups. You know how it is, especially with kids. No matter how you see the world, it's just like people don't see it the same way as you. So Now, yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy I could help out. I hope tomorrow's gonna be as amazing. In fact, I don't just hope. I know it will. It's gonna be probably even way more amazing than today. Right? It's just probably. We got to focus on the potential, right? But I know it'll be as good, if not better, as long as we do what's necessary. As long as we are here in the morning at 9:30, we should have a really good first move. The first move again is going to be calls or puts to the 200 moving average, wherever you open from, and I'm thinking you're going to gap up again. So just watch out for that. You said in your videos finding hobbies. Oh yeah, let me tell you, it's hard finding hobbies. Like, I mean, I have a lot, but it's just like I'm not really motivated for them right now. Like, I like 3D editing, like modeling and stuff like that, because of this anime that I'm trying to create. The main reason for me wanting to trade in the first place was because I wanted to open up an anime studio, and those shits cost like 20 million, 50 million. So there is no way in in the world that I'm gonna be able to open a studio by the time I turn like 25 or 30. And I was thinking about it, and I was just like, the only way that I could do it is if I make the money myself. Because if I make a show and I had to work for somebody, and then I had to listen to them, and then I had to sell my rights to them, yes, I might have 1 million to 5 million, but they're not going to give me 20 million. So realistically, I'm going to have to make this myself. And the only thing that could make me that amount of money, if I put in a certain amount of, time, was the stock market. So yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And slowly but surely, everything is, all the pieces are kind of falling into where I want them to. We just got to make sure that the future is something that I plan, because sometimes I don't plan certain things, and that's where my downfall is. I get to a certain point where I keep planning so much that I overuse my planning ability, and then when the day comes that the plan no longer works, it's just like it hits me like a rock. And then I'm just like, in straight chaos until I fix everything again. But now I'm starting to learn how to do stuff on a daily basis in terms of reflecting upon what I did and what I could do better. Because a lot of people don't do that. They say they do, but they ain't doing it. They for sure ain't doing it. Like, sometimes when I speak, I make sure that, all right, the next day I make sure I don't say that. Make sure I don't bring that up. Even though it's me being blunt, the way that word comes off, the way that word is used in most terms or situations is just like, they might just not like it if it just sounds a little off. So use a better word. Shit like that, Now, yeah, that's my goal. That's one of my goals. Anime studio. After the anime studio, we're going to open a real life movie studio for movies. I've been writing since I was 15, so I have about, you could say, like 60 stories, 70 stories that I finished. In terms of anime, it's about like 25 that are done, 27 that are done. But I more so have anime stories. So I have like 60 anime, 70 anime stories in total. And then like real life movies, I have about like 10, 15. And then each of those animes are going to have their own collection of movies and stuff. So it's a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar, enterprise potentially in terms of the ideas. Because the way I think about ideas is I don't combine stuff. Like, whatever ideas I have in the moment, I don't save it for another show. I hit every show with all the ideas I have at that moment, because I know I'm going to have more ideas later on. It just comes as, it's like trading, I don't have to force it. Some people, they force writing and they force all this stuff, but it's because they're not, doing it for the right reason. Like, when you fix your core philosophy and your reasoning deep down, and you talk to yourself and you know what you need to do, it's just like everything is just second nature. It's like you make a journey, you make a route, follow the route, and boom, you get to that journey that you plan for, regardless of how far it is and how difficult it is. The more difficult, the better your life will actually, be, just because of meaning. Favorite anime? 100%, if I'm being honest with you, Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is definitely my favorite. And then you got, listen, I like OG animes like Dragon Ball, Hunter x Hunter. I don't like anything older than that, really. Like Yu Yu Hakusho, I didn't really watch that like that. Inuyasha, my mom used to watch that. Death Note's really good. Like right now, the new gen anime, I would say Vinland Saga, the Viking anime. That anime was really good. What other story is really good? Let me see. Cowboy Bebop's a really good show, but it's really old. I look like Cowboy Bebop actually. all my friends they be telling me I look just like Cowboy Bebop. What else? What else? Baki, yeah, Baki's fire. Baki's just mad. I don't know what's good with that creator though. Mad gory. People's hands getting ripped off. I know it's not like you can't see real stuff, so it's not like as, you know, it doesn't look that nasty, but it's just like the ideas and the shit that happens there, wild. Nah, yeah, I probably pretty much watched over, like I have a list that I give to everybody on my Discord. Usually after we're done with the charting and I annoy everybody enough and I fix their charts and they're good enough, we get to the point where I start giving them anime. I be giving them shows to watch, sending them on little quests. Because it's like each story, each anime has its own core philosophy. Truly, it's the reason why I became the person who I am today. It's taught me reason. It's taught me, you know, right from wrong. It's taught me the evil that, you know, resides in this universe. It's like the perspective is so amazing for a little kid. And, you know, growing up when I didn't have none of that, no guidance, nothing, it's like it provided me that guidance that I'd never had and allowed me to think in a certain way where it's like I feel unlimited, just like how these characters do. And that's the truth. You feel unlimited, the universe will make you unlimited. It'll give you everything you need. It'll heal any cancer. It'll heal any disease. If you truly believe and you don't stop believing, that power is so unbelievably unfathomable that not even animes can capture it. And that's what my show is trying to capture perfectly, is that real human, like universal type of blessing that exists. I don't want to give up too much about my main anime, but it's definitely going to be the best show that has ever dropped ever. The way I write, I don't combine any other stories or I don't make it similar in any way. Maybe besides like having like a group of characters that are going to be next to the main character at one point in the story. That's the only thing you could say that's kind of like similar to like a One Piece type of a show or like a Naruto where he got like the whole clan. But like besides, like it's not going to really be like that though. The main character is going to be like by himself the whole entire time mostly. And it's going to be a absolute it's going to be so many, you know, different things that are going to occur that the person watching is going to get so captivated. And every twist and turn that's going to occur, nobody's going to be able to be on there. They're not going to expect what's next. I hate watching a show and I know what's next. That's how you could tell that something hasn't been written that well. So the way I write my stories is I go front to back. So I go from the beginning to the end. Then I go end to the beginning. And then I go middle to end, middle to beginning. And then I go again from the beginning to the end. And then from the end to the beginning, finally. And that's it. Usually when you go from the end to the beginning of a show and you could see what parts you could make better or what characters should be added in different areas or different scenery or for different, you know, reasons, what could be the character dialogue, everything starts falling into order when you start doing it backwards for some reason. Kind of like the spy charts. Like if I start taking a certain trading style and I copy it to every single day's opening price for the last 100 days, eventually you'll see what, you know, what's the same and what's different. It always rhymes. So the same thing with the animes. But yeah, those are like my favorite animes. Let me see. I have a whole list. Let me look at my list real quick, actually. I haven't looked at this in a minute. I haven't watched anime in probably over 2 years because I've been writing my main story. I don't want it to be similar because I know how the mind works, you know. I might get this one idea and then I just start building upon it. And what if another anime, what if that's the anime's idea, you know? And then people start saying I'm biting off of it. I'd rather it just be so unique that nobody could say a single word. But I guess I can't really know that because I'm not watching all these other animes, I guess. So anime list. Let me see. What is my favorite? I think I have it at the bottom. So my top list is Hunter x Hunter, Soul Eater, Vinland Saga, Parasite, Zetsu no Tempest. That's like a Shakespearean type of show. That thing had me tripping. The whole story, I didn't know what was gonna happen next. That was the only time I ever watched something like that. And then you have Reincarnated as a Slime. It's kind of corny towards the end, but it's like the game like type of feel you get from it was it was real unique. Fire Force is fire. I'm not gonna lie to ya, Fire Force. He's the same creator as Soul Eater, so Fire Force and Soul Eater definitely two of my favorites. And then Angel Beats is like something I watched when I was like 15. Angel Beats is wavy too. It's mad sad though. If you guys want to cry, I'm serious. Go watch Angel Beats. It's actually a sad story. It's crazy because that's honestly probably what happens in real life too. Honestly. And then Made in the Abyss is one of the next shows I was trying to watch. Like I saw something with that anime, like the trailer. It's like an older anime, I think, where like this giant hole just pops up randomly in the middle of the world. So like imagine like Canada just disappears. And then in the place of Canada, it's just like a giant crater that goes to the center of the earth. And it's just like sticking out like a giant hole. It's like something like that. Like that's unique. Like that's a crazy ass idea. But I wouldn't want to add that. The only way I would be able to add that to my story is, I'm not even going to say it actually. There's no point to spoil it. But I wouldn't be able to add something like that in my story. I have crazier stuff in that. Let me just put it to you like that. Like I have way crazier stuff than that. Like it's definitely going to break your brain. Definitely going to break your brain. Let me say one thing. I'll say one thing about my story. And this is something that we could stamp in history right now. This story is going to have a character that is very similar to a lot of anime, and this is the only thing I'll tell you. And his name is the Joker. And he's basically a character that messes up everything that goes in this, goes along in the story. So he's always going to be, something that has to deal with something. I'll tell you that much, and I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to spoil too much. I don't want to spoil about his power, about what he knows, about how he moves. It's real unique. Real unique. Like I have a character one time. Let me see. What can I tell you that's small? Let me tell you something that's smaller. Oh, I could tell you about no. Nah. Damn, this is hard. Usually when I'm talking to people, it's much easier because I'm not recording it. But let me think. In my story, there is a lot of attention to detail that has to deal with space. So this is going to be the first anime that truly makes you feel like space is like comfortable. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's not just cold and dry and dead and there's nothing out there. Like this anime is going to give space life. It's going to be all cultures. It's going to have all religions around the world. I want everybody included because I want everybody in the world to watch this. I'm not going to disrespect no religion. We might have maybe some certain fights that had to deal with religion, right? In certain ways, but I'll keep it small so it's kind of like a historical thing and not maybe something that continues to persist now. Because, of course, the idea is to make sure that people can all be, in the show, can feel like they're a part of it, can feel like stuff that they've been through throughout their life in real life is actually something they could see in these characters. And as long as I could do that, I know it will be the best show in the world. Yeah, he's kind of, honestly, the Joker's kind of like in the middle. I'll tell you that much too. Joker's in the middle. So it's like people don't know what he's going to do. You don't know what he's capable of. At all. And there's different types of, like, I basically use all physics, all chemistry in the universe, all, universal laws, physical laws, galaxy spectrum, Milky Way, size in terms of ranges. Everything that you could think of that exists in this universe, I've already took it and made it my own in a certain way and kind of edited it. So it's not the same, but it gives you a very similar feel. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of chaos in this story. Like, it's gonna be, I don't know if this is gonna be PG-13, honestly, because the first couple of episodes, something happens and it's just like, it's not really PG-13 at all. It's more like it's like a war is going on, So I'll tell you that as well. In the beginning episodes, there's going to be a little situation unraveling. I'm not going to tell you how it starts, but I'm already saying too much now. Other than that, oh, you know what? I'll tell you this. When there's a war, there's a certain character that pops up at the war, and his name is the Warmonger. So when you hear the beats of war, it's like, imagine you're just, in the laundromat, you're drying your clothes, you're taking it out the wash, you're putting it inside the dryer, and then you hear the beats of war. And it's just like, you, from your experience, you know what that sounds like. And the second you hear it, it's like chills just get sent down your back. And you instantly drop what you're doing, and find, your relatives or your family. Because it's like, what's going to happen next. So it's like, yeah, there's going to be cool stuff like that in the story. It's very detailed, let me tell y'all. Very detailed. Normally, it probably would have taken a whole team. Like, think about it. I've been writing this for over 10 years. If somebody were to write the same story with the same amount of details, truthfully, it would probably take a team of 50, 6 months at least. Writing every single day. That's how much information they would need to, share and cross over and kind of fact check and see what's better. And then don't even get me started with the drawings. Like, I have about, I think, 200 characters done. And there's probably about like 1,200 that you're going to see throughout the episodes. And then there's going to be probably like another 5,000 like background characters. And then, of course, like a couple million and trillion like, side characters, small characters. Yeah, so that's the Joker. So in terms of main characters, like the characters that are really going to be like very important, it's going to be probably at least 150 to 200. Probably the characters I have right now that are done. So it's very unique. Also, I will tell you this. Balance will be a very important thing that happens in this story. Everything is balanced. The law of equivalent exchange, everybody. That's something that I also use. Law of equivalent exchange. All right, that's enough. No more information. I already said enough. Now you have to wait. I'm probably going to have the first chapter done in the comic book probably by my birthday, September 15th. I'm currently drawing it right now, so that's basically what I do, by the way. I go for like a 5-mile walk. I take my iPad with me. I go chill somewhere. And then I just start pretty much drawing everything and writing everything for like 30 minutes an hour. Then I head back home. Nah, yeah, it's going to be crazy NPCs. But not like, boring NPCs. Like, I can show you guys something. Like this right here. Look, let me show you. This right here is basically a solar system that I'm currently making right now. Let's see if it's going to open up. So yeah, this right here is a solar system that I'm making. And I want this to look like a crazy solar system that's just like, imagine meteors the size of planets protecting the planets in the middle. So it's like nobody even knows what's going on here because there's so many meteors. The people who are inside, they can't get out. So this is what it looks like right here. I just, currently right now I only have the sun. I'm trying to make like a new sun design where it's like the gravitational force of it caused the weird anomaly where it's like matter itself started basically shedding around itself, and it's like it repels at certain areas, kind of like a magnetic field, And if you're basically a piece of material that's hurling towards this planet, it's kind of like you get stuck at this rim area. And the way the gravity is kind of like, imagine like a U shape like this. So like you want to like run into it, and as you get closer to it, if you hit this side of it, it's just like it repels you backwards and you get stuck in this little ring. So it's kind of like, I don't know, just messing with this a little bit. Is this possibly accurate to how things could actually occur in real life? Maybe not. But that's kind of like how far my story takes stuff in terms of an extreme. Other than that, it's more, I would say, less extreme. I mean, not really less extreme. Let me be honest with you. It gets more extreme than this. It gets way crazier than this. But I make sure that it doesn't breach things too much where it feels like, you know what I mean, like a stupid childish show or something like that. You know what I mean? No, yeah, that's why my thumbnails make sense, is because all my thumbnails are to help me get more ideas and to build more concepts, and it all has to deal with anime. My whole life, everything is just anime. But yeah. It's kind of like killing multiple birds with the same stone, you know? I think I could play a video for you, but I don't know how to play it on this version. Let me see. Oh, there you go. So as you can see, everybody, that's all the meteors moving around. So yeah, this is I literally have no life, if you can tell. All I do is just draw, write, and then chart. I couldn't be happier though, honestly. I'm very happy with this. I just got to do more, you know. Look at the time I made this. Look at the date I actually made this. 2022. That's when I made this. It is 2025. Like, what am I doing? You know? Like, this is years ago. That's what I'm saying. There's so much more information now. It's ridiculous. But yeah, that's some of my hobbies right there. We're going to have to take a step out now. Anything I want to look at real quick? Let me see. Can I get into a Euro trade? I might get into one of those later today, if anything. And then SPY, let's go take a last look at it. Currently just stuck right here. Excellent. So yeah, we'll fix this up in a second here. Prime, let me know if you still have some time to speak to me. Let's have this one-on-one. For everybody else on YouTube, again, I'll message you. I'll post it on the YouTube community.